was gonna say StreamYard didn't show you at first. It just showed a blank screen. I was like, no, what happened to the guest? Oh, I'm so excited to get into tonight's show. Man, I can't wait. Like I got a sneak peek of the timeline notes. Whoa. Broke it
Yeah.
down. I was like, holy hell. I didn't even have time to read them all. I'm like, whoa. But man, it's going to be cool. I can't wait. And we'll try and take some live calls afterwards. Maybe if they have any questions or
Yeah.
maybe even their thoughts, about what they just heard and read. And the cool thing about this, though, is even on replay, everybody will be able to still see everything and the presentation, and they can leave comments in the comment section too. Um, Now it's crazy because we talked about this on Sunday on our live weekend updates. Go check it out if you haven't. What a hell of a show we had on Sunday. Wow, like it we we went I think like 4 different cases or something. It's kind of crazy. One of them is being talked about a lot now is that girl that didn't have the rope for the bungee jump. We kind of brought that
Hmm.
up for a little bit
Yeah.
this weekend, and the unblurred version is on my Twitter or X. You can go there if you want to see it. I'm not going to show it, but transparency is always important. But this is a crazy update that I learned yesterday. Just to get into this for a second, she was still alive after the fall.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I thought she. I don't know when
I
you
don't know
see
if
the.
I'd want to survive a fall like that. That's pretty scary.
It was like the video, the unblurred, unedited version. It's a loud thump, man. That is a loud thump, and right on her back, because she
Mhm.
fell off and went forward, came up around like this, and as she was falling, that's how she fell, was straight on her back. She passed away shortly after that from her injuries internal, but um just to hear that she it wasn't as quick as what the video might have led people to think or believe. So yeah, very sad update for that. And there's people that are going to be held accountable, so that's good to
Yeah.
hear. Because I mean, how do you forget? People are paying for a service. How do you forget to put a rope on somebody?
I don't know.
How
You should
does
always double check everything before, and they would have
That's
found
your
it.
job. Like
Yeah.
check the ticket, hook up the rope. I mean, is it that hard? But yeah, I just wanted to throw that in there real quick. But anyway, back to what we were talking about on Sunday. See, I come from the Alec Murdaugh mysterious murders on the side that Alec was the one that kapoom. All right, that's just been me the whole time. I really thought that he was the one that pop. The little cousin Eddie thing didn't work out like planned. I mean, it's like you know what it is. It's like Criminal Network and Alec Murdaugh need to team up to commit crimes. You know what I'm?
That would be something to see.
Woo. That would. And have Chris McDonough who investigate it. But anyway, I come from the spot where Murdaugh, to me, Alec is the one that pop. Okay, we talked on Sunday. You were saying something deeper. And man, if you guys haven't checked out that conversation on Sunday, check it out because I'm sitting there like, Whoa, hold on a minute. You're saying there's something deeper, and then all these other things start coming in my head, like MS-13, high amounts, quantities of substances and such, and the dollar values that are associated with it. You started to like break something down where you were saying that he wasn't, he might not have, he might have known, he might not have known, right?
Right.
Okay. You got two theories mainly. And also it was a deeper connection. And so we're going to be getting into that tonight. And it's interesting because if anybody, the housekeeper has been doing some interviews, Brian Nenton, Tony Bruschi. If we don't have time for those tonight, we'll get into them on the next episode of the Murdaugh murders. But the housekeeper has come out and done some interviews. Now, she says she won't say names, but she says she feels that there's not two people, sorry. She feels that there are people involved. Now, she didn't name a specific number to my knowledge, but it's multiple. And the reason, and she says she's never mentioned them before because she's never been asked from the police. Isn't that shocking to you? We were talking about the housekeeper this weekend and how much the housekeeper would know. The housekeeper's the one that finds the stuff that's accidentally left in the pet's pocket when she goes to do the laundry. Like, why wouldn't law enforcement ask the housekeeper, do you have any idea of who might have done it or who was angry at the family or yada, yada, yada? But then also, why wouldn't you mention this information if you're talking to police? If you really cared about Maggie, right? Because she really cared about Maggie. If you really cared about Maggie and you wanted the person that did this to have justice, if you really thought that there was multiple people, you just didn't say nothing because the law enforcement didn't ask you. Something don't wash with me here, Jennifer. Something don't wash.
Well, it's the same reason Alex won't say who these people are.
Well, I mean, she's on these interviews saying, yeah, these people, can you name them? No, I'm not going to name them. Did you tell the police? No, they haven't asked me. Okay, well, if she's going out there, this is what's scary to me. And this is what doesn't wash to me either. Is if you're sitting there going, yeah, I know a couple people. That's not, those couple people that you're talking about are sitting there going, who in the hell is she or he telling when this camera's off? Who is she or he telling when this microphone's not on?
Yeah.
I would already be going, whoa, what? You're sitting here gloating about my name. I would already take that as a threat.
Yeah, I don't. She's brave for doing it.
You see what I'm saying?
That, yeah.
It's
really brave.
That doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me. If you really, number one, if you really cared about Maggie, then you would tell the police everything that you know or think. Automatic. You wouldn't even wait for them to ask you. Very suspicious, number one. Very suspicious, number one. And then number two, you're gloating that you know people. Boy, those people, if the connection you were talking about on Sunday, if those are the people that are sitting there going, Billy, if she says one motherfucking word, that's already threatening to me, because to me, if you're going to sit here and gloat about it on TV, but you're not going to say anything, is that supposed to make me go, Billy, this means we should trust this lady that she's not going to say nothing? Hell no, that's not going to happen, because I don't know what goes on in this lady's life when the camera is off and she's not doing an interview. I don't know who she's telling what to. Shh, don't say nothing, promise. I don't know who she's telling what. That's already a huge threat to me. And for her to go out there and feel comfortable to sit there and go, I know two people, I just ain't been asked yet.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. I'm sitting here, when I heard that, I'm like, when is she gonna be popped? I'm serious.
Oh, me too. So
I'm
I said she's
serious.
very brave for coming out like she is. I wouldn't speak
I don't
public.
know. Listen, we might beg to we beg to differ on who committed the killings, because I still think Alec. We're gonna break down your theories and timelines tonight. But man, that housekeeper's brave. Well, guess what? I'm starting to be on the side of that housekeeper's on some shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you cared that much, listen, forget all the other stuff. If you cared that much about your friend and she meant that much to you, what you're doing is what Dylan did for the Idaho 4 victims. Not going
Yeah.
to authorities with what you know.
There might be very, very good reasons. Well,
That
there was
housekeeper's
an
on some
interview she
shit.
did. The last interview she did, I want to say she said she gave the names to the police finally
Well, I
when
hope
she
so,
was asked.
because I hope the police got sent, or Brian Enton sent them this video and said, "Look,
Yeah.
like, I'm glad if that's true. I don't Let me know where you seen it."
It was the
Um
Brian Nitton, the
Brian
latest Brian
Okay.
Nitton interview. Yeah,
Okay.
he
Well,
asked if she had given the names up, and she nodded. She didn't sound like she was too confident about the answer, but she said yes. They did
good.
know.
Cuz they should have asked her if they hadn't asked her yet, and why wouldn't you have asked her in the very beginning? That doesn't make sense to
Yeah.
me, because like we said, she's going to know as much as the spouse. So why
Yeah.
wouldn't you ask her? Any suspicious things going on? Is there anybody that was upset with any members of the family? Is there Those are simple questions,
People
you know?
showing up that you've never seen before, driving
Right.
machinery. Yeah.
And then when you're done asking all those then you go, is there anybody else you can think of?
Yeah.
That's the last question. To me, it's like, how did they not even ask that? I don't know. But I mean, we are talking old money country,
Mhm.
and it's just like Idaho.
Yeah.
They do their things their way, and so that
Yeah.
could be part of it. So yeah, but she thinks, she's not saying, the housekeeper isn't saying that Alec didn't do it, right?
Right. She's saying he had someone clean it up.
He had someone clean it up.
Yeah.
Do you think she saw somebody clean it up?
Not that particular night. I think she has seen other things, other messes being cleaned up before.
What, like the other
The
mysterious Murdaugh
substances.
murders
Mm,
that are connected, supposedly, allegedly?
Possibly. Possibly. Yeah.
Do you think
I know
some of that
she's
has to
seen,
do with Stephen Smith?
honestly, I don't. I think
Okay.
Stephen Smith is a completely different situation.
Yeah, I don't think Buster had anything to do with it either.
Mm-mm.
No, it was two people, and I already put their names out back in 2023. and they're the main people of interest right now. So,
Yeah.
I mean, when you
I'm
come
just glad
across,
things are moving forward with that.
yeah, when you come across the sled report and you weren't supposed to, it opens up some things, you know. Thank you all for hopping in. What's up, Caddy? What's up, Bianca? Miss Cosmo, how are you doing? She may be brave or blissfully ignorant.
Blanca's pretty smart. She had a really interesting career before being a housekeeper. I think that
Where was
made
she?
her. She was, I believe, she worked in a prison. She did some law enforcement stuff.
Hmm.
Yeah, she had a pretty interesting career before. So she's already used to being observant, you know, just naturally. And I think that the police really they missed out on a really good interview with her and some really good information. It's disappointing.
I I can't say too much. And that's just how it goes down there. Yeah. But this is what's interesting. It also is Murdaugh said that with this new trial that's supposed to take place. By the way, I think I'm going to be live streaming in front of the courthouse for the Murdaugh and the JP trials. But he says he's already told people that with this new trial, he's not taking a plea deal whatsoever. So, what do you think's going to happen with this new trial? They're expecting it to start at the end of the year, possibly at the beginning of next year, at the latest. What do you think? Do you think they're going to be able to get a fair jury? Because to say that none of these jury members
No.
don't, like it's been how long, plus all the docs that came out, to sit there and especially in that area, because think about it, normally if there's something that's from your area, you're going to be glued to it like crazy, right?
Mm.
So just think of all the people in South Carolina alone that were probably glued to the trial, and to think that none of them were skewed. And so, I mean, look, we're not even from or live in that state, and we're discussing it, right? So how can you get a fair jury? What are they going to do? What can they do? They can't just go to another state. They can't go to Wyoming where nobody has freaking TVs.
They're gonna
What are
have
they?
to hope for the best. But
I
I
bet you
don't
he
think
gets off. For
I don't
real.
know that he has a possibility of getting.
One juror. That's it.
Well, yeah, you just need one juror, but still, there's that possibility of the death penalty. So
Yeah, yeah,
I don't know what he's thinking, but if he
they do
doesn't
want to
come
bring it.
clean, yeah, if he doesn't come clean with some names of people, then it's not going to look good for him second time around.
I don't know. I think it'd be a lot easier to find one jury member that would vote not guilty than you would before. Especially with, it's one of the main, and all the murders that are connected to the name too, the boat crash. Yeah, like all of them. Like there's a few of them that are connected to the name, whether they have something to do with it or not. They're connected.
Yeah, there's 3 that I know of off the top of my head. Yeah.
So most people might vote or feel one way, but it only takes one. That's the justice. Like it only takes one. So it's like, can you get a fair jury? I don't think so. I don't know. And I don't know how you even go about like how you even go about figuring it out for real. Like okay, let's go to another county. Okay, that's what most do. Most will go to a different county to get a,
Mhm.
but I'm telling every South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, hell, almost all the United States. So where can you go? You're not going to go to Canada or Mexico.
Yeah.
What are you supposed to do? I don't I wouldn't I don't envy that judge. There's a new judge. Her name is Deborah McCaslin. Deborah
Mm.
McCaslin is going to be the new judge. I guess she's a hell of a judge. I don't know. That's just what is reported. I couldn't tell you personally. Um, I don't know, man. I don't know how someone would get a fair trial, and it makes me wonder if this trial that's going to happen is going to is going to be a mistrial. I mean, it's tainted. You know, it's
Yeah.
tainted.
Yeah, it'll be
I
interesting to
just
watch how it goes. I'm looking forward to seeing it. How is
yeah.
he gonna worm his way out of this one?
Oh, that dude's slick as shit, man. He's been doing it. I mean, come on. When your daddy's daddy was the creator of
Yeah,
what you exist in, boy, you got to see your grandpa and your dad do what they do. That's a lot of knowledge as a baby growing up to an adult. That's a lot of knowledge.
it
I mean,
is.
he
It's a lot
probably
of
knows.
yeah, it's a lot of privilege too in that law firm.
Well, yeah, you get lazy. That's why his ass got caught up and his dad didn't and his grandpa didn't. Is because you go to that part of the, you go to that part of the family tree where the grandpa's the one that busted his ass, right? And then the dad is, or the son is the one that gets some of the benefits from dad busting ass, but he got busted from dad in his ass, so he knows, what to do too. And then the son of, you know, Murdaugh, Alex spot, that's the one that fucks it all up because they're not
Mhm.
as disciplined as dad and grandpa, because they're more about the fruits of what grandpa and dad built. And so they're part of that generation that fucks it up because they're more about um uh what's the word, like overindulgence,
Yeah,
they don't work as hard because they've never had to.
yeah.
And so yeah, Alec is the generational part where he just fucks it up, but it doesn't mean, no, seriously, that's how
No,
it works.
you're right. You're right.
Go back in time, like uh that's the one that it's the nepo baby.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
he's still got to learn, and it's still up here, even though he may not know exactly how to do it because he didn't get the exact blueprint from them, but
yeah.
he has ideas. And just like with this clerk, I think the clerk was this idea of, hey, make sure you say these specific things. You're going to get financially rewarded at the end. Don't worry. But make sure you say these things just in case we don't win. And then
Mhm.
look, that's a little trick. That's a little trick that he learned from grandpa and dad.
Yeah,
And I'm
pretty
sure he's
nifty,
got
huh?
more. I'm sure he's got more. Um, yeah, so I was wondering, why ain't this lady in witness protection either? If she knows names and they're that important, well, then maybe they're not that important to law enforcement. Because don't you think she would be in the housekeeper? Don't you think she'd be in witness protection or something if she knew a couple names that were part of a
No,
cleanup? That were part of
not
a cleanup?
not no, because she hasn't named anyone publicly, and I think that's the only reason that she's pretty much safe right now. But if she had come out and just started dropping names, then yeah, I think she would be put away
Well,
somewhere safe.
don't you think that creates more doubt in some people's minds and some potential jurors' minds that maybe Alec didn't have anything to do with it? Because if this housekeeper is saying, I'm not saying he had something to do with it or didn't, but what I'm saying is I know people who were part of the cleanup. Well, then all of a sudden you're introducing other people to a crime. So now you have to question, well, shit, did Alec, what part did he have in it? Even you yourself, Jennifer, said he might not have even known what was about to happen. There, I mean, one juror right there, Jennifer, not guilty.
Yeah.
Might not have even known. What's up, Lucy? What's up, Stone? What I said was there was a wild cat go on. About the wild cat. Oh my God, Lucy. What's up, Stone? Hopefully you're doing okay. I can't wait to have Stone on next week sometime talking autopsy. We got our autopsy show this Saturday. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention this and show you guys. Remember, don't forget, we have the Twitch watch party at EvilleCJ, Mean Girl Murders, the Mackenzie Sharilla episode. All you have to do is click in the description. There's the twitch.tv at EvilleCJ or /EvilleCJ. And you can come watch it with us and come hang out. Just like all the other Twitch watch parties, we can only do it on Twitch. But the cool thing is we get to hang out and watch all this together. And the next Twitch watch party we're going to be doing is the Maternal Instincts Netflix episode. We're going to be doing that one after, not the same night. No. We're going to be doing the Maternal Instincts Twitch watch party sometime this weekend or maybe next Wednesday, because we're going to be talking about that too. But definitely come hang out with us tomorrow. You don't get a notification like you do with YouTube where it shows you the shows coming out at this specific time. So just make sure that you come by around 8 o'clock, 7:30, 8 o'clock tomorrow night. And the cool thing is if you're not able to watch it live with us, you can still go to my Twitch and you can still watch it. We're going to be checking that out tomorrow night. You've seen it before, right?
Mm-hmm. It's worth watching. I suggest if you are able to watch it, definitely watch it. Ooh. It's really good. It's much better than the Netflix.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. You did say, oh, shit. I can't wait. Yeah, I'm going to be checking that out. Come watch it with us tomorrow night. All you have to do is go to the description of this video. And in there, I got a Twitch EvilleCJ link in there. Or just go to twitch.tv and then at EvilleCJ. Just look me up. You'll see. Yeah, I can't wait to check that out tomorrow night. And then tomorrow, I got to shout this out too. Tomorrow, 11 a.m. Central, Rosie and Jennifer are going to be talking Sharilla versus Courtney Clenny. And it is the twisted tales of two train wrecks. Whew. You guys are going to be comparing Courtney Clenny and Mackenzie Sharilla.
Yeah.
Yikes. Oh boy. You know, when it was brought up, I was like, oh wow. I didn't even think about it. I'm like, holy crap, they are like similar freaking train wrecks. They really are. Two train wrecks, twisted tales. So that'll be tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Gonna be a good episode. All right. So let's get into these timelines, right? Timelines and notes. And you guys are going to enjoy this. Make sure you show Jennifer some love. So, yes, it's sad. Taylor Parker is evil. I know people have been reaching out to me the last couple days telling me I need to watch it. They're like, dude, this is wild. This is crazy. You know, I'm going to watch it, but we're going to watch it together. We're going to watch it together. Twitch watch party, come hang out. Hey, isn't that cool? The live covers my on air in a weird ass way while we're chilling here doing the notes. All right. Courtney and Mackenzie, right? Oh, that would be very interesting if they were in the same prison. Bring that up tomorrow,
Oh,
Jennifer.
wow.
What if they were in the same
Yeah.
prison? Oh, it'd be like left versus right. Oh boy, because
Yep.
listen, those two personalities, they don't hang out. They
Mm-mm.
they
Nope.
clash. They're like two rams buttoned together. Oh, that
Yeah.
would be wild. But I can guarantee you that it still wouldn't change whether she had infractions or not. 36. 36, and you're just chilling in prison because you're bored and you want to act like a badass, but you're still immature, not realizing that's all she's doing, racking up shit to try and act like a badass. But
And she's, yeah, screwing herself over.
yeah, because they're gonna look at her record and they're gonna be like, there's no way we're gonna open yours for an appeal, even if
Nope.
they wanted to, even because like even if they were like considering it, right, before they opened up her folder and they were like, you know what, maybe we should, you guys, and then let's take a look at her file. No, never mind. 36 infractions, that doesn't show any kind of accountability or any kind of remorse.
No, not at all.
I think maternal instincts is one a friend just told me about. Yeah, people are talking about it right now. So I'm thinking
It's a
maybe
crazy story.
Saturday. This is what I'm doing for so let people know this is what I'm doing for tomorrow night's Twitch watch party. I'm setting a notification on YouTube. I'm setting a notification on YouTube, and then it's gonna go bing. EvilleCJ is gonna be live in 30 minutes. Twitch watch party. It's going to let you know on YouTube that the Twitch watch party is about to start. Okay. So you guys will get a notification. Also, you can go to the channel and you can look and see, because the time that I have it set for on YouTube, even though I'm not going to go live, it's just going to sit there and I will type to you guys. And if anybody comes in, I'll be like, hey, come to Twitch. We're watching it right now. But so whatever time I'm going to have it live on Twitch, sometime between 7:30 and 8 Central, you'll see the live time on YouTube. That'll be the time that I'm going live on Twitch. And then I'll be hanging out in the YouTube chat too, even though we're only going to be hanging out on Twitch. Yeah, it's going to be wild. And Saturday, I don't know, probably Saturday or Sunday, maybe even Sunday night, we can chill back and watch it together. But the more that people are talking to me about it, I'm like, damn, we got to get this thing bumped up. You know, we got to watch this thing.
Yeah.
Because it's wild. All right. So let's get to the drip it like it's hot. What are we got these notes here? Break
Yes.
them down for us. What's going on?
Okay. I brought up the shower because Blanca had found the clothes, the khaki pants, the wet towel, and the puddle of water the next morning when she went to Moselle. After that would be on the 8th. So here in the timeline, Alex takes a shower after he spends time with Paul, and they're riding around the property, checking things out, just hanging out, father and son. Says he gets sweaty and goes and takes a shower and meets everyone in the kitchen, and they eat a quick dinner. So that would explain the khaki pants that are in the bathroom that Blanca sees. Now, I don't find anything suspicious about that. I think it's pretty normal if you're hot and sweaty. Alex is a big guy. He's on substances, so he's going to sweat, he's going to smell, he's going to be uncomfortable. Why not take a shower? To me, that was completely innocent. Now, the second shower, after everything happened, and we're talking probably close to 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, Alex packs a bag and he goes and stays at Alameda. Now, he takes a shower before he leaves, which would explain there still being a puddle of water for Blanca to see the next day. So all of that made sense to me, and it didn't scream I did it. To me, that was just very normal. Now, if you flip to the next, okay. We all know at 8:44 is the infamous Paul records the video of Cash's tale. And you hear both Maggie and Alex in the background. And then there's a little bit of chaos when Bubba brings a chicken to the party. So in this timeline, this is where things get a little tight for me. And I start questioning a lot of things. You hear in the video that Paul recorded, everyone's getting along pretty well. Everyone's calm. There doesn't
Yeah.
sound like there's anything going on.
Right.
So, Alex tried to say that he wasn't there and then later said, he was there. Well, if you've already taken a shower, it's been a long day. He's already been confronted at his law firm, so he hasn't had the best day, right? So he's going to want to just relax. He's not going to want to go down there and mess with stuff. Like he says, he always ends up, getting dirty and having to do a bunch of work when he goes and helps at the kennels. So that, again, is something that made sense to me. I could explain that away. Like, I probably would have made the same decision if it was late, I had a bad day, I'd already had my shower, I just wanted to relax and spend time with my family. I may have said, hey, I'll let you guys go down there and I'll see you when you get back. I don't see a problem with that. I don't see red flags with that. So I don't see how him not going right away has got so many people in a fuss over that. So
because he lied.
Yeah, I know he lied in the beginning, but
And it looks so suspicious because literally minutes
Exactly.
later they were killed. So
Well,
when you lie,
was it minutes later? That's another question I have. So the whole scene down there at the kennels was over after the chicken. He decided, this is why I didn't want to come down here. I'm just going to go back to the house. So he goes back to the house. He's sitting around. And let's talk about the Alameda trip, because we have to understand that he is watching both of his parents' health decline, which is not an easy thing to do, especially, his dad probably mentored him. He probably leans on his dad a lot at the law firm. They do seem to be a very tight family. And if I was going to lose both my parents, probably in a short amount of time, and I was watching them decline, it would have probably an effect of anxiety a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't think I could handle that very well. And maybe that's why he went to Alameda. It could have just been maybe something he had heard or seen on the TV that triggered a memory, and he got upset and he was like, I've got a minute, why don't I go over there and say hi? Take into consideration, this is on a Monday. That past Friday, he had spent the night with his dad at the hospital. So it's still fresh in his mind, that all of this is going on with his parents. Or did he leave because he knew something was going to happen and he did not want to be anywhere near that house?
Well, this is my biggest question is why would he lie about being there in the first place if everything that happened after happened the way that it happened, along with the lie of him saying he wasn't there? Well,
Mhm.
why wouldn't he just tell the truth about being there? Especially considering the digital footprints that you leave behind. Why wouldn't you just say, "Yeah, I was there, and then I left at this time and went to mom," like they could verify all of these things, right? So why would you feel the need to lie in the first place before all of this is found
Okay.
out, if
Right.
all of that stuff went down, right?
Well, you have to take into consideration he's got a substance problem that's been going on for 20 years. So he is taking massive amounts of that. Everything that happened, knowing that he was the only one there at that house, he's going to be paranoid. He's going to be paranoid about things that we're not paranoid about because we're not on these substances. So he's going to be overthinking. He's going to be panicked. His mind is racing. His first thought's going to be, "Oh my God, they're going to think I did this." The first person everyone
Well,
looks at
yeah,
is the husband. And I think
and he
he
was
panicked.
there, and
He
he was
panicked
there, so
and he knew who else was involved. And he has to be very, very careful what he does and what he says.
that is why I think he would lie. Right. Because not that he just not that he just went to go visit his parents that were ailing and he was this good Samaritan, Jennifer. That no, he lied in the very beginning about being there is because yeah, he knew what went down. Exactly.
Yeah.
So
I
I
don't think
agree.
he knew what went down. I think he knew certain people were going to be there. I don't think he
So
knew exactly what they were planning on doing.
you
But
don't think he knew they were gonna kill him?
he could have even been going to his parents because they were going to be coming there to talk to him. And when he wasn't there, they just the next people they saw, they went ahead and did what they did. But I don't think Alex wanted to be there at that time because of these
Well,
other
no.
people. So
Yeah,
he left.
if you know people are gonna come kill your family, I would wanna
Yeah.
be there to die with them or try and save them.
Well, I don't think he knew that they were going to be killed. I don't think he realized what was happening. He
What
knew
did
something, but he didn't know exactly what. So everything up until him leaving for Alameda to me is just a normal family evening. I don't see anything that made me think he was planning something. He had just been confronted with the fraud that afternoon, so I don't think there was time for him to set up any kind of a scene and get people involved and make plans. I mean, this had just happened. So whatever did mm, cause the night
it
of the
was
7th,
brutal.
it
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 was
was, it was,
a
but I think it was
shotgun.
it was already in the works way before the fraud came up.
I mean, the boy alone, oh my god.
Yeah,
Like,
what loving father is gonna do something like
I
that?
mean,
I don't see
that's
Alex
that's
doing something that brutal.
that's some
Yeah.
damage and he wasn't even gone right away, like
Yeah.
and then what was left over based off of the crime scene results, if you know how um if you know his injuries and you know the fatalness and you know what he looked like after. Man,
Yeah, it was
that
rough. It was rough.
and that small confined area too. Like he had
Yeah.
no way out to what was happening, and like with her with the rifle, like
Mhm.
that was a completely different scenario than what happened to him.
Exactly.
So that
Yeah.
right there, it would almost seem like two people at once,
Hmm. Yeah,
because
and the in court they tried to argue that it had to be two people for the simple fact, take Paul for example. At one point he was I'm trying to watch my words.
you
he
don't have to
was it was
just
point blank at one point,
yeah.
and the amount of mess that would have created, the blowback, the shock of it would have made switching weapons a lot slower, a lot more difficult. Wouldn't have happened as fast. It would have given Maggie time to realize what was happening and to get somewhere.
Yeah, either way it don't work out, because
Yeah.
if you hit her first, he's not inside the kennel.
You
He's
have to
coming
do
out.
it, yeah,
He's coming
simultaneously to
out.
catch them
Yeah.
both off guard like that.
He's coming out to see what's going on. If it happened to Paul first, she's not getting hit with how she got hit.
Mhm.
Like it just that means that the other person would have to run back over there and then shoot back this way, and it's like, no, that's yeah, each one, it's what to me what happened was is that Paul was handled first. That's what got Maggie to come walking around over there, and then poof, as soon as they got her in sight.
Mhm.
To me, that's what happened.
Yeah.
She's going out there going, "What the hell?" And bam, she got
Yeah.
hit. So yeah, it was always to
Yeah.
me that it was like, um, yeah, to me it wasn't just him or one person. Yeah, it was more than one. So this Almeida trip, normal, you kind of broke it down. He came home, took a shower, had bad news, just wants to relax, probably have some drinks, go drink his sorrows that evening, and try and wake up the next day and navigate whatever's going to happen. And
Mhm.
he really didn't want to go there because every time he goes, to Moselle, he ends up doing work and getting dirty, like you said, and he didn't want
Yeah,
to
the
do that. He already
kennels.
took another shower, so he what basically went there to go say hi
I think
and
he felt bad, and he genuinely loves. Are you talking about his parents or when he
no,
showed
I'm
up at
saying
the
when he went to
kennels?
Moselle. Yeah, when he went to Moselle, he was just kind of like, "Hey, I just want to say I love you. I'm just hanging out for a second. I don't want to do any work. I don't want to get
Yeah, I think
dirty. I'm
when
just."
after they ate and Maggie and Paul went to the kennels, um, I think because of his day that he'd already had, I think he really did just want to spend time with them. And I think he just kind of felt like an ass, not going and being with them. So he went. I mean, how many times can you say that you've done something like that? Like, nah, I don't want to go, and then you feel bad, and you end up catching up with
Yeah,
whoever. I
yeah.
mean, that's a normal thing, in my opinion. So the next one, eastbound and down. This one is interesting to me. Now, when Alex leaves Alameda, he sits in the parking lot or the driveway for about a minute. People have speculated that he was hiding evidence. He claims the phone fell and he stopped to get the phone.
Right.
I tried to think about that, and how many times has that happened to me? probably dozens. My phone is always sliding around. It's always falling on the floorboards. I'm always having to stop and get it. So I don't believe that he was hiding evidence at that time. I truly believe the phone fell. Um, a week later, he was seen bringing evidence to Alameda. So I don't think it was then. I think this was just an innocent, the phone fell, I stopped the car, picked it up. Now, he does make some phone calls on his way back to Moselle. He calls Paul, it goes unanswered. He calls Maggie, she doesn't answer. So he texts her, that goes unanswered. If he was going to be on his way back, I don't see anything that says he called them for an alibi. I think he generally said, hey, sorry I didn't tell you. I'm on my way home. I'll be there in a minute. You know, how did things go at the kennels? I don't see red flags with that. Now, he did call Chris Wilson also for a short conversation. That's his law partner. I can see him wanting to talk to him because the fraud is coming out and they all work in the same law firm. So I think he's going to want to talk to this guy about it. He said, I'm almost on my way. I'm almost back to Moselle. Can we talk tomorrow? I don't see a red flag with that. That doesn't scream alibi to me. It screams something bad is happening at work and I need to talk to my law partners. They're going to find out. We got to figure out a way out of this. I got to explain myself. Chris Wilson also said that Alex sounded normal on the phone. He wasn't panicked. He wasn't upset. So that leads me to believe that all of those phone calls on his way back to Moselle were just normal run-of-the-mill phone calls. There was no alibi being created there.
I see that.
Yeah. Now, however, there has been some speculation about his driving habits and whether or not that is a sign of guilt. Well, I beg to differ. And here's why. First of all, you're in a rural area, which, you know, you can consider those back roads. So I don't know anyone that drives the speed limit on a rural back road where, you know, it's
Nobody.
There's nobody there.
Nobody does.
Yeah. People speed and they don't pay attention. So I don't find his speeding a red flag, and he is known to put the pedal to the metal. He's known to be a speed demon. So again, I don't see a red flag there. Now, on his way to Alameda, he does get up to 74 miles per hour, but he averages around 51. So could it be a curvy road? Could there be deer? I did look up wildlife in the area and there are tons of deer. So that could explain, you know, why he's averaging 51, but, you know, there's moments of 74. Going home,
agriculture, you know, as well.
Yeah.
The crops.
Yeah.
Corn.
Yeah. So I don't see red flags there. You know, going home, it's kind of the same. There's periods of 81 miles per hour, averaging around 46. So it doesn't appear like he was freaking out and trying to get home because he knew what had already happened. To me, that just seems like a normal Alex driving. That's just how I see it. Yeah.
That's how they drive out there. Yeah. You go your own speed, really.
Oh, yeah.
Is what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Now let's talk about Maggie's phone. Maggie's phone was found half a mile from Moselle on the side of the road. They are, you know, in the trial, they say that when his speed dropped to 42 miles per hour was the same location that her phone was found. I don't believe that to be true. I don't believe Alex had Maggie's phone at this time. And also, it that would have been done as he was leaving to go to Alameda. So the timeline there to me is too short for him to have Maggie's phone, pull out of Moselle, and then quarter mile to half a mile down the road, throw her phone out. What I do think happened, and what was said in the trial is, when you're turning onto Moselle Road, you're not going to be turning onto Moselle Road at a speed of 68 miles per hour. You're going to have to speed up to get to 68 miles per hour. And being it was that close to the driveway, I think that was just him turning onto Moselle Road and gradually speeding up. I don't think he had her phone at that time.
Okay, so I have a question about her phone. Do we know if her phone was on or off?
I do know that they had to use Find My Phone to figure out where it was, and I don't know if the phone has to be on for that to work.
Because this is so with all of the digital footprints that we talk about with all these other cases, to me, I find it hard to believe that they didn't know, because if Alec is calling and texting her phone, that's pinging a location for him, and it's also pinging a location to hers. So how do they not know where her phone was at compared to him, when the digital footprints should show if her phone was in his vehicle, pinging the same areas that his phone's pinging, or if her phone is literally pinging in a particular location while his is pinging in different locations? We're talking digital footprints. I'm shocked that they don't know for sure, or couldn't prove for sure, whether the phone was in his possession. Very interesting to me, because it's available on a lot of these other cases. This one, it's not. Very odd.
Yeah. We're gonna go to the next one. We'll get more into that here in just a minute.
Oh, all right. You're making a great point here, and thank you for all your work on these.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, they right, right. Yeah, yeah. I was like, after like the third one, I was like, does each one have a title? And she's like, yep. I'm like, oh hell no. It's like, that's so creative.
All right, so the thumpometer is another problem I found with this case, because the step counters, none of them, you're not going to find a step counter that is completely accurate. And
Yeah.
I don't find that to be a reliable source to bring to court. They do have false readings, and there is a thing called ghost steps, and there are certain things that will trigger ghost steps to be counted as steps on step counters. One of them is vehicular vibrations. If that phone is sitting on the dashboard in a cup holder, or just loose sliding around in the car, it's going to trigger a ghost step. If you're on a very bumpy road, it's going to trigger a ghost step. If you're traveling unpaved driveways, it's going to trigger that. If you're resting up against a washing machine that's running, it's going to trigger a ghost step. So sometimes I question the 283 steps. How many of those are ghost steps? You know, Alex, at that time when this happened, he was a big guy. And if
Oh
that
yeah.
phone is in his pocket, or if he's in the Suburban or the golf cart and he's riding around on rough roads and it's bumping around up against him, it's gonna trigger a ghost step. So
Right.
I don't see this being any kind of indicator that he was doing something. So the 283 steps in 4 minutes, I question that.
Yeah, it's not reliable. I mean, hell, there's stories of people like coming up with all sorts of different like these contests where they have like these walking contests, and there's people that have been caught cheating on them, coming up with all these different ways
Yeah.
to they'll sit there and do this
To
for
trigger a
hours.
ghost. Yeah.
Yeah, just to,
Yeah.
yeah, so it's not reliable
Yeah.
whatsoever. I totally agree with you.
Yeah. I don't see that. I can't take that seriously. So next slide.
Next, where's
Where's
the beef? Wait a minute. Do you have a brown marker with that one? Hold on a minute.
Yes.
So you got blue with this one, and then the beef is brown. I'm like, wait a minute. What? Okay.
I had a little too much fun with this.
There's the beef. There's the beef.
Yeah. So I do want to talk about the GSR tests that were done. They did test Alex's hands. They got a positive result, but it was for small amounts. Small amounts would indicate someone picking up a weapon, handling a weapon, being around areas where a weapon has been fired. And he owns guns. On the 911 call, he did go back to the main house to grab a weapon and then go back to the kennels and wait for the police. So that to me makes sense why there was only small amounts of it on his hands. He had small traces of it on his clothes, the shorts he was wearing, and the shirt, which, you know, it could be explained that he picked up that gun from the main house and brought it to the kennels. So I don't see that again as a sign that he did this. Now, there were no weapons found. I think everybody knows that by now. The 2 weapons were never found. And there was no victim body fluids on the clothes that Alex was seen wearing on the body cam. And those are the clothes that he says before dinner when he took his first shower that he changed into, which to me makes sense. Now, the caregiver at Alameda, who's taking care of Alex's mom, said that the tarp that was presented in court was not the tarp that she saw Alex with. So I question that. What tarp was presented in court? Where did they get it? And which one did she see? The blue jacket that was also found at Alameda had a very high positive GSR, which shows that a weapon was wrapped inside of it. Now, he was seen bringing either a tarp or a jacket into the house at Alameda a week after this happened, the shooting happened. That jacket was found in an upstairs coat closet, and the blue tarp was found in a storage bin in the house. My question is, if this was evidence, why in the world, of all places, would Alex bring it there, knowing the housekeeper saw him bring it in? Why would it be stored in a closet and in a storage bin? Why wouldn't he have taken it further out? He had a week. He had a week to decide what to do with it, and he brings it to Alameda where he's seen with it. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, then there's no blood on it
And
either. So,
there's
so
so
why
it
is it
could have been
even?
used for wrapping a weapon, but then again, it's a week later, where's the weapon?
Yeah,
And there's
there's no blood
no
on it.
blood on it.
Let's be honest. The shotgun, the shotgun alone would have blood all over it, and in cracks of places where then if it was stored wrapped up in a tarp and the temperature change would liquefy again some of the fluids. Um there would be some kind of trace, even if you wouldn't be able to see it. There
Yeah,
would be some kind of trace on that tarp. So
yeah.
I don't even understand what the tarp is a big deal for the courts and the trial if there wasn't even any blood found on it. I mean, okay, so what?
Mm-mm.
There was some gunshot residue on there, but
That
they
entire
had so many weapons.
family, yeah,
Yeah,
are
they had
gun
so many
enthusiasts.
weapons. Right.
It's
So,
probably you could test that entire house and it would be
right.
everywhere.
Right, exactly. So what, like, it's obvious the GSR is going to be in places. Okay, it's if there's blood or a trace of it, then there's a connection. But to me, I don't see a connection if there's
Mm-mm.
no blood. Even
No.
blood you can't see, a trace.
Yeah.
So yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, so what, right?
the tarp I dismissed because the witness who saw the tarp is saying that the tarp that was presented in court isn't even the same tarp.
That too, yeah.
So I dismissed the tarp. No, we're not going to talk about the tarp. So
Where's
next,
where's the beef? There is no beef then, huh?
right.
Just in the color of the marker. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, yep. Okay, we can see it all. The traveling boomsticks.
And we pretty much talked about this just a minute ago. That just talks about, the
That too.
possibility there has to be two shooters there. Um yeah, so we talked about that. There were no defense wounds, which is another reason I really think that there were two people, because she was obviously taken off guard. She didn't have time to react. And like you said, if Paul had been done first, she would have heard something. So she would have reacted. And now the beach towel that was found in the Suburban that Blanca said she recognized. My theory on that is during the 911 call, he said he had touched Paul and tried to turn him over. So he would have blood on his hands. He went back to the main house to get a weapon and then come back to the kennels to wait for the cops. So while he was at the house, would he not have washed his hands and maybe grabbed that towel? He's going to be sweaty because this is a high stress situation. I don't think a hand towel or a paper towel would have done the job. And I think he grabbed that beach towel, his weapon, it got back in the Suburban and went down to the kennels to wait for the police. And I think that's why that beach towel was in that Suburban.
Yeah, because he's quite chunky at the time. It's
Mhm.
hot as hell. It's hot as hell.
It's June.
It's swampland down there.
Yeah.
You're in an area of South Carolina, for real. You're in an area
Yeah.
in South Carolina where there's a lot of swamp. That's a lot of muck moisture. You're gonna be a big boy like that. He's gonna be sweating like a hotcake,
Yeah.
and he's gonna be wiping himself with that towel.
Yeah.
Um, yeah. Now the fact that how did he turn I'm sure he knew better than he probably turned him over some way where he didn't grab with a bloody spot or something because
I
he
think he
would
said
know
he
better.
grabbed his pants
Yeah,
and
he would
tried.
know better.
Yeah.
But there's no way he, if he really did, like, because man, again, with what he was shot with and how he was shot, oh
Mm,
my lord, it would be so bloody in there. Like it would just be crazy bloody
yeah.
in there.
Yeah.
Oof.
So far, just to recap, he is coming back from Alameda. He's already tried to call Paul and Maggie. He's already talked to Chris Wilson. Told Chris Wilson, I'll just talk to you tomorrow. I'm almost back to Moselle. He immediately goes to the main house when he comes home, expecting them to be done at the kennels, obviously. They're not there, so he gets in the Suburban and goes to the kennels. Now that was at 10:05. He gets to the kennels at 10:06. He makes the 911 call. They say it was within 20 seconds after he got to the kennels that he made this call. And that proves that he did it, already knew that they were deceased. In my mind, he's driving in the dark with Suburban headlights. So it's going to illuminate that scene before he actually pulls up to it. So as he's getting to the scene, he's already seeing something horrible has happened. And he's jumping out of the car, calling 911 as fast as he can, like, oh my God, what has just happened? Next slide. Now, was someone else there? A coworker saw earlier that day there was a worker on the property. There was a cooler with beer cans near the kennel, kind of hidden, that disappeared the next day. So somebody in my mind was already sitting there waiting. They had plenty of time to wait. They're knocking back beer, waiting for the perfect time, spying, seeing what's going on. There were also unknown tire tracks near that kennel. So who drove in and who drove out? Was it the person sitting there watching, waiting, drinking some beer? Or was it the person that drove the tractor that Blanca saw earlier that day? She cooked dinner around a little after 3. She was gone by 4. But before she left, she saw a tractor going out to the fields and couldn't figure out who it was. And that always has bothered her, that she doesn't know who that was. No one should have been there. She thought it was Paul, but Paul's truck was actually being worked on. So it was not Paul there. There was a white F-150 that she did not recognize since it wasn't Paul, and a person driving a tractor. Now, who was that? Why were they there? And why was no one ever questioned about that? And I really feel bad for Blanca, because this right here, I think, has caused her more grief, because she didn't speak up about it and she didn't investigate it. And I think she feels that holds a lot of answers to what happened. Now, Alex claims on the 911 call that he was not talking to anyone else when you hear the infamous "here." I think he was. I think he was talking to somebody else. And I think what was happening was he was handing over Maggie's phone and saying, "Here." And that other person took Maggie's phone, and as they got out of this of the scene, whatever information they wanted on that phone, which I can speculate what was on there, they just tossed it. They don't care where it was tossed. It's not their problem anymore. That's for Alex to deal with. But that's why I don't think Alex had the phone when he left to go to Alameda and threw it out at that time. I think it was handed over on the 911 call, and we hear him say, "Here."
What do you think was on that phone?
The next slide, we're going to talk about it.
Ah, okay.
This is what I think happened. The $87 million fraud, I think, was used to fund a major distribution operation. I don't think that Alex was funding it willfully. I think he was being blackmailed. I think he was having a hard time keeping track of how much money these people were asking for and needing, and trying to keep them happy and keep everything a secret, and keep his job and not letting his family know. I think it was all starting to crash and burn at this time. But there was the cousin Eddie that provided him with a lot of his substances, that was connected with a very large underground network. And I know 3 people involved in this network are already in prison since the trial and everything that had come out. But that's just three people in a huge underground network. So $40,000 and $50,000 a day habit seems unlikely to me. I think that was funding. And I think he was starting to get scared that this is too much money. It's $87 million out of my own law firm. Like, I'm going to get caught. This has to stop. He had already talked to Maggie about stopping. You know, he was going to try and get off those. So I think the money was coming unwillfully on Alex's part to a very large distribution network, so to speak.
What would they have on him for him to pay $40,000 to $50,000 a day? What could they have blackmailed?
Well, I think it started. I think he had already started stealing the money, the funds, and they knew that, because I think there was a lot of discussion with him and these people about how much they could get out of him and what he was willing to come off of, and how was he going to get it. And I don't think he had an easy time doing what he was doing. I think this ate at him, and the more he gave them and the longer it went on, the worse it got. Because right now he's a cash cow for that. But I do think he was trying to extract himself. And June 7th was the price he had to pay for that. He was trying to cut them off. He didn't want to be involved in it anymore. These people already had a set lifestyle. They already had operations. You know, they probably owed money for the large amounts that they were getting and distributing. So it wasn't just him that would have been out money and product, and then have to tell these larger cartels, if for the lack of a better word, that, hey, I don't have this money anymore. I can't sell and move all of this product. And this is the guy that just screwed us all. Now, if you're going to try and remove yourself from funding a large operation like that, that's going to be dangerous. It's going to be very dangerous. And they're going to threaten. It threatens the entire operation if you withdraw. Yeah, it's going to threaten it. Yeah, which makes Alex a target for retaliation. They're going to try and blackmail him into keeping up the operation. They're going to try and scare him. We don't know how many times he's already had conversations with these people, and there's probably been prior threats made that we're not going to know about because this wasn't something that he wanted known. I mean, this was a secret. His own law firm didn't even know, and these people worked with him every day. They were like family, and they didn't know he was taking all these pills. They didn't know that he was taking millions out of the law firm. I have a hard time believing that. But if you're being blackmailed and your life depends on it, well, you're going to make damn sure nobody knows about it.
Yeah,
They're going
how
to
can
and they're going to
how,
seize they're going to try and seize your assets and your property. I mean, he had a lot there there's a lot of money wrapped up in that Moselle property. And I don't think a lot of people realize that, but when you get large amounts of land like that, and you've already got a kennel on there that's got buildings, and then you've got a main house. I mean, that's a pretty good chunk of money and equity sitting there.
oh yeah, especially
Yeah.
in South Carolina. Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, eliminating a high level partner reduces the risk of them becoming an informant. Now, Maggie's phone. I don't think Maggie's phone would have had anything regarding the fraud on it, but I can guarantee you that it had tons on there about his substance use. You know, it was part of it, it was a family member involved. It was his own cousin involved. They had had problems in their marriage for years because of these pills. Blanca was involved in hiding these pills and keeping all of this a secret. I believe on her phone was information about certain key players. And it could have potentially went really bad for everybody involved. And I think they wanted Maggie's phone. They wanted to know what was on there, who was on there, what was known. Maybe there was someone else they were looking for information on in that phone. But for whatever reason, they wanted that. And I think we hear him handing that over on the 911 call. His reaction to seeing them in the condition they were when he shows up, like I said before, I think is completely genuine. I honestly don't believe he knew what those people were going to do. And if he had been there at that property, it probably would have happened to him and not Maggie and Paul. But he left. He didn't want to be there for whatever reason. And I think it's because of the people that did this to Paul and Maggie. And
Well,
finding your wife and your son like that is going to be jarring. And he made the statement, they did him so wrong. And I think it's because he was very upset that it wasn't done cleaner. If they had insisted on doing this to him, why wasn't it done cleaner? And I think that really messed with his head a lot, because he did not expect these people to pretty much butcher his family the way that they did. So all of the reaction on the body cam and the 911, listening to him talk about his family, I think all of that's genuine. I think if he had actually done it, it would have been cleaner, done with more care, more respect. But I don't think Alex would have been capable of it. I think he truly, truly loved Maggie and Paul.
why is he still protecting these people then, and he didn't name them?
Only Alex can answer that. But if these people are connected to such a
It's
large
his way out.
operation, well,
It's his
and
way
that
out.
could be why he's doing this second trial. Maybe that's all going to come out this time. And maybe that's
I
why
mean,
he's not worried about dropping, don't worry about the plea deal. I'm not going to need it. I've got got all the information you're gonna want.
I mean, we'll see. They're supposed to bring other people's names if they're gonna, suggest that there's other people. I'm just curious if he was trying to get himself out of it before and then his family paid the price for it. Well, he had a perfect opportunity to get out of it because he could have went into witness protection at that point.
Well, but he's already got the millions of fraud that
Yeah.
obviously
So
came out. The pills are gonna come out. I mean,
yeah, but they
he
if
was he there was no getting out of something.
yeah, that's when they fake your death and you're in witness protection.
Yeah.
So I mean, because if that is like a semi professional hit and he's dealing with these kind of characters and there's this operation, they're definitely going to involve and investigate way deeper because it's going to be bringing up so many more spider webs for them to shut it down. So I would see, like, why wouldn't he have named these people already?
Well,
Now it's kind
we
of,
don't know who these people are, what they're capable of, what else they know. This is just stuff that we
yeah, but
know
that's why
of
there's witness
Alex is
protection,
involved in.
you know?
Well, but there could be other things that Alex is involved in that tie into those names, and we're not going to know the reasons why he's not speaking up unless he
Well, there'd
says,
be other
this,
trials
this is
going
why
on.
I can't speak up, because they're going to come after Buster, they're going to come after aunts, uncles, brothers, sisters. I mean, who knows?
Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm when I'm looking at these kind of criminal cases and things like that that involve those kind of aspects, to me, like Alec is a small fish compared to these people, and they're about going after the big fish.
He's not
Um,
such a small fish if he's funding forty
that's
thousand,
small.
$50,000 for the
Yeah,
three, for cousin Eddie. No, that's big time
40
for cousin Eddie.
to no, I'm saying
Cousin,
compared to the people that are dealing with this large scale operation, 40 to $50,000 ain't shit. It's
no,
really
but if
not.
you're looking at cousin Eddie and his circle that answer to the larger,
Yeah, that's what I
you
mean.
know,
Cousin Eddie would be, nobody would know where Cousin Eddie was at. He would be helping those people. Like, they're going to go after the big fish. I mean, look what President Trump's doing with these cartels that are coming over the the Gulf of Mexico and the ocean. Boom, just blowing them right up. Like,
yeah,
they're not playing. Like, they're not
right,
playing.
yeah.
Um, so are these the same people that you're talking about? The housekeeper, you know, saying that they cleaned it up, like these people that you're talking about?
I don't think the cleaners and the people
And what they clean up,
that were
according
here,
to her,
yeah,
you know?
I don't think these are the same people. Um, the cleaners, I think would be, because the people that did this, they got the heck out of there. They did what they needed to do. They got the phone. They got the heck out of there. So if someone did come after that, it's probably going to be friends that we are not aware that Alex has. I don't think Blanca's gonna know because she sees and she hears, but I don't think these are well-known people to be associates. Probably somebody he calls like last resort, like, hey, because he knows they're gonna keep their mouth shut. If that's what happened. But I think the people that did this, they brought their own gear, so to speak. They had everything they needed. They knew what they were doing. And if they're the ones that did it and they leave, well, the evidence left with them. So
Well, they didn't
what's
bring the
left for
cooler.
well, the
They left
cooler
the cooler.
disappeared. No, the
They left
cooler
the
was
cooler.
gone. That's why it was brought up. The groundskeeper saw the cooler earlier in the day on the 7th, and then by the 8th it was
Oh,
missing.
yeah, the next day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think whoever did this cleaned up after themselves and took off. Now the cleaners that Blanca's talking about could have to do more with not so much the physical evidence, but getting stories straight, what really happened. I need to know the truth of what you're involved in so I know how to help you. I think that's the kind of cleaners in my mind would have come in after that.
I
Is
mean, do you think it could have been like a robbery gone wrong that
no,
never
not
ended
at
up being
all.
a robbery? I've been out.
Not at all.
I was out to Moselle. It's in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Yeah.
Like, there's no reason to go out there.
Yeah. I don't believe this had anything to do with a robbery.
So,
It was on purpose for that reason. Maggie could have even been saying, "Look, I'm tired of the pill situation. I'm tired of your family being involved. I'm tired of, having to hide and lie." She could have been threatening to say something, and Alex passed that information on and said, "You guys have got to let me get out of this, or stuff's about to get real," and they didn't like that.
I just, if he cared so much about his family and he knew it was going to happen, then why would I don't know.
Because when you're
I would,
in the
I would, I
situation itself.
would, I would, well, this is me putting myself in that situation. If I cared that much about my family and I knew that they were going to die, I'm sorry, I would want to die with them.
Yeah.
Or protect them, trying to save them, even though I know they're going to, this situation you're talking about, people are going to come kill my wife and my kid. I just can't. I just couldn't drive off and go, okay, did it happen? I would be like the. Even if I'm like, fine, go ahead. Like, I don't even know how somebody could do that, but I'd still be out there trying to like kill me first before you kill them.
That's
I
why I
just
don't think he
I don't.
realized what was going to happen to them, and I think that's why he the genuine shock
But
on the
what were they gonna
911
do?
call.
Go rough them up and not kill them? Like, what were they going
Well,
there to
maybe he
do if it
figured if I
wasn't to
wasn't
kill them?
there, surely they're not going to do this to my wife and kids. If I'm not there, they're going to come looking for me, or they're going to come back another day. I
What,
don't
like
think
they were
he
gonna come kill him
possibly. I mean,
and they
he
just killed his
obviously,
family because they couldn't find him?
if he didn't go to Alameda just for the sole purpose of ha- just wanting to see his mom, if he went because he was afraid of who was going to show up at the property, he's
Well,
going to
somebody
leave
was
it.
already there though, right?
He's not going to expect them. Were they there? Were they hiding? That was my
The truck.
question. Yeah.
Well,
There were the
if we're going off the
tire
truck
tracks.
and the
Yeah.
tractor,
Truck and the
somebody was
tractor were earlier that afternoon,
right. Then
and then they
somebody
were
was already
gone,
there.
whoever that
Yeah,
was.
yeah.
So who was it? What were they doing? What were they getting ready? Um, I don't believe that Alex knew if someone was there waiting. I don't think he knew they were there. Maybe they were on their way there. Maybe he didn't know where they were and he just wanted to get out of there. But I don't believe he was the one that did that to Paul and Maggie. And for it to happen at 9:02 was their estimated time of death. Well, at 8:44 till 9:02, he was at the kennels. So we'll say roughly shortly before 9 o'clock, he ended up back at the house, decided, well, I think I'm going to go see my mom. Well, if he had actually done this between 8:44 and 9:02, how are you gonna fit? First of all, you're on video, you're taking the chicken away from the dog, you're spending time down there, then you've got the time it takes to go back to the house, then he's deciding to go see his mom, so he's getting ready, then he's leaving to go see his mom. Well, in that short time, how is he going to grab two weapons, mow down his family members in the way that he did? That was not a fast, clean event. It was a messy event. It would have been a messy event. Then he would have had to have done something with both of those weapons so that they would not be found. Then he's got to clean himself up, take another shower, change clothes. There's going to be evidence everywhere he walks after that scene. And then get to his parents in that short window. I don't see that happening. And the only showers that we're aware of that he took would have been before dinner and before he left early morning on the 8th, while there were at least 13 people in that house after 10 o'clock the night of the 7th, after he calls the police. So people are in and out of that house. Blanca's, worried about clothes on the floor, Maggie's pajamas on the floor. Well, how many of those 13 people were helping Alex pack, were trying to pick up, were all over that house doing who knows what? And then for her to come back the next day to clean, I think she would have seen more evidence that he committed this crime. There would have been something that stuck out to her because she's very, very observant. She cleans that house. She does that laundry. She's going to know. And she didn't say any of that.
Well, she didn't even tell investigators who she thought had something to do with it in the beginning either.
But I can understand why, considering the situation. I mean, I don't think I would just start blurting out stuff either.
I don't know. If I care about you like my best friend, I'd tell the cops everything I know.
Well,
she may be,
she may be protecting Maggie's reputation by not. I mean, we don't know what these people know. I mean, there's obviously a lot more that went on in the family. But if she gave up names and things started coming out, there may have been something that would have embarrassed Maggie. And maybe she just wanted to hold on to Maggie's memory just a little bit longer before she starts naming people that she knows are very, very dangerous people.
What, like Maggie had a drug problem too or something? What would look bad
I
for
can't
Maggie
speculate. I don't know.
What would look bad for Maggie?
There could have been a lot of things. We don't know what they do in their personal life behind closed doors.
So that would
the only
mean
thing
that
I can
Alec
do is
has nothing to do
speculate
with it?
why say that again.
So that would mean that Alec would have nothing to do with it, because if the names that the housekeeper would want to bring up that might sacrifice Maggie's reputation, that means Maggie and this person would be the sole reason why Maggie was killed then, and have nothing to do with Alec.
No, not necessarily. But if you're going to name someone in a murder, they're going to try and defend themselves. They're going to come out with all kinds of stuff you don't want them to say, because they're being accused of something. And bad people do bad things and say bad things. So I don't think she would have jumped right away and said, "Oh, this is who you need to look at."
Yeah, I'm just.
She's
I don't know.
gonna be a
I'm
little
on
more
the
careful.
Other side.
And
Yeah.
I don't think this. We don't.
To me, it
know
just looks suspicious, no matter
what
what.
Maggie, how much Maggie knew.
Yeah.
they
Yeah.
didn't exactly have the best marriage at times because of
Oh,
the
nobody.
girls. There could have
Well,
been,
yeah,
a secret affair that might come out that would ruin
yeah,
a
and
lot of
that would mean
families, and
Alec would
Blanca's
have nothing
not
to
gonna
do with
wanna,
it. You know.
she's not gonna wanna say anything, in my opinion, because she truly did care about Maggie. They were pretty close. So I think she's just being careful,
Yeah.
and in time things will come out. I think they would have come out eventually
They should have
anyway.
came out in the beginning,
Mm,
because I'm just to me, it doesn't matter if Maggie's reputation would be sacrificed. It doesn't, because we're talking about her death, and so be it. You know, to me, I would find that very suspicious. That regardless of who's involved, what they're involved in, and whose reputation might get ruined, I would I would want my friends
right.
murderers paying the price for it,
But we don't
regardless.
know who these people are, only Blanca does. And these
Yeah,
could be
I'm just
these
saying.
could
To
be people
me,
connected to law enforcement,
it don't
government. I
matter.
mean, we don't
Yeah,
know.
that's what I'm
So,
saying. To me, it don't matter. It don't matter who. It don't matter what they're involved in. It don't matter whose reputation could get ruined. To me, whatever excuse or reason or whatever it could be that she didn't name these people in the very beginning and she didn't say it because she wasn't asked, it doesn't matter what, who, what, when, where, and why. It's all
yeah.
suspicious to me. It really is. To me, it's just nothing but suspicious. I just can't digest that. I just can't. It as if I'm looking and I'm looking at this from an investigator standpoint, it doesn't wash. It just doesn't wash. So what if your friend partook in, sexual, uh, paying for sexual services? So what? They still got murdered, and you
Right.
still want them to have justice for their life being taken
Well,
away.
she may
Who
blame
cares if
Alex.
she who cares if she had sex with a sex worker? It doesn't matter. Like, she still got killed. So that's why I'm
Yeah.
saying it doesn't matter to me what to me it's like, and that would be the same question I would have as a prosecutor in this trial, if she is going to be part of the new suspects or people of interest in this new trial. As a prosecutor, that would be my biggest question. And I know what that would do to a jury. Why didn't you come and say this stuff in the beginning? That's already doubt without even having a response. I mean, if she wanted to save her friend's reputation, saving her reputation based off of who might be involved in the killing, if it's dealing with Alec, that's obviously that reputation wouldn't necessarily be tied to her. It'd be tied to Alec, because he's the one that started all of this and would have all of these connections and would introduce these people to Maggie, so to speak. Um, so, I don't know. I still, with this housekeeper, I just have a lot of questions, and it just, none of them make sense. Do you think that there's going to be new evidence introduced to this new trial? Do you think
Yeah.
there's going to be new evidence? Do you think there's going to be other people that are going to actually be named, not from the housekeeper, but from Alec? Do you think the housekeeper is going to testify on behalf of Alec's defense when it comes to these other people? What do you think about those?
I think she blames Alex. I don't think she's going to come to his defense. She may have kept quiet because she felt she got some sort of justice that Alex was in prison, but because there's going to be a new trial, I think she's saying, well, no, we need to get the truth out there, because I think there's going to be people brought up in this trial that we haven't heard yet. I think there's going to be evidence that we weren't told about that's going to be brought up. I think a lot of the things that Blanca was upset that law enforcement didn't ask her about are going to be somewhat of a main focus this time around. Um,
I don't know how the jury's gonna buy it, because it's like, why didn't she say this before?
well,
That's that
not
that's the
everyone
biggest question.
is brave, and they look at certain situations different than you or I
If we're
would.
talking about credibility, though,
Yeah.
let's talk about credibility
Credibility,
in a
and
trial.
you got
You lose credibility if you don't say something the first time. You automatically lose
some
credibility
that
in a
depends.
in a trial.
In my
You know,
opinion, it depends. If you
well,
are
I'm saying
really
in a
that
trial. That's what
Yeah,
I'm
but
saying. Like in a
if you're that
trial.
afraid for your life and your family with, the connections that are going on, and at least someone is in jail for this crime, I can see her just kind of sitting on the information she has for a little bit to see where things go. And if she needs to speak up about it, then she will. But I think she's being smart and waiting to see what happens, to see
So
what she needs to
these
say.
these people are in jail then, because now she's saying something. She didn't
No,
say anything
Alex.
before.
Alex was accused and thrown in jail, and now he could possibly be let go. And I think that's why she's
She's coming
going to
out and
speak
saying
up.
what she's saying.
Yeah, because she wants someone in jail, in prison for the murder of Paula Maggie. And I agree. Someone is accountable for that. Someone's guilty. We just got to find out exactly who. And since
So
Alex is going to he's going to
she'd
have
be
a
on
new
the
trial.
prosecution side then, not Alex's side. Because if she's going to be on the prosecution side, well, if she's bringing up other people, that benefits the defense. Because then that lessens Alex's role in the crime itself.
I don't think it lessens it. I think
Oh,
it
there's
just says that
co-conspirators.
there's more people involved in it, but I think
Yeah,
he had a role in it somehow. He just wasn't the one that pulled the trigger.
yeah, and that's what I'm saying. When there's co-conspirators introduced, that lessens your value in the crime because other people are now brought in. So, like, if you have a pie chart and you're 100%, and then there's two people come by and they take 40% of that pie chart, that lessens your value to that crime automatically when you introduce other people. So if she's going to introduce other people, that lessens Alex's role in that crime. And then, like you said, he didn't pull the trigger. Well, that's what he got convicted of murder,
Mm-hmm.
right? Of murdering his wife and his son.
Yeah.
So then that lessens his role in the trial too, because then he's not necessarily the murderer anymore. He's just somebody that knew about it, which means that brings his level of participation like the getaway driver and not the one that robbed the bank. So it really like lessens his role in the crime itself, because right now he's been convicted of killing them, not just knowing about it.
Right.
So with her coming out and bringing these things up now, well, then that actually helps Alec. It really does, because
Yeah, it will. Yeah.
like
Yeah.
with her introducing other people, if she is coming out to try and make sure that he's held accountable because he's in jail for this, she's doing it the wrong way by coming out and having interviews, letting people know that she knows other names. Because when she comes out and says what she says, I automatically, because when he was convicted and when the trial was going on, in my mind, he was the one that pulled the triggers. That's why there was such less reaction from Maggie, because he was actually there. So she would be a little less on high alert because she's going out there to see what's going on with Alec and Paul. It's not going to be that high alert when it's just her and Paul out there, and then there's a noise. So you have the same amount of movement. I could have seen him doing it
Right.
and pulling the trigger and having that much time to switch guns and do this with that. But with him not necessarily like pulling it, because once the housekeeper came out and started talking about other people, I even started having doubts in what I had believed in this whole time, just because she came out and introduced other people to this crime.
Hmm.
And so if she is coming out to say something to make sure that he's still held accountable, she didn't do it, because what's going to happen is people just like me were going to have felt like I did, that he's the one that did this, that he was convicted of it, and rightfully so, because we felt that he was the one that pulled the trigger. There's going to be a lot of people like me that are going to hear those words, hear the other people be introduced, and go, well, wait a minute, maybe he didn't pull the trigger. And if he didn't pull the trigger, well, then he shouldn't be convicted of the murder. So then why is he, you see what I'm saying? So now I'm on the fence where I don't think he did it. We go through your notes and your timelines. You make a very compelling case that he didn't know, or just simply wasn't there and didn't take place in it. We add the words from the housekeeper. Now, what the housekeeper was trying to do by keeping him accountable has actually worked totally against her favor, because now look at how many people are going to sit back and go, whoa, the housekeeper is saying this. The same person that's going to know the information like a spouse would is telling us that there's other people involved in this. I don't think Alec did it now. That actually goes into Alec's favor, really.
Hmm.
In the end, she's not helping herself if she's trying to make sure that he's still held accountable. She did the opposite. So why would she? Why would she do that? Why would she
It may
come
not
out
be
then?
it may not be her
You know what I mean?
intention, but maybe she wants the truth out finally, and let the pieces fall where they may. But
Well, if we hear of an arrest coming up here in the near future, then we kind of have an idea of who it might be, because if she already told them who it was and they're already looking into these people, they're already going to be looking for other ways that they can apprehend these people to get them in for questioning. That doesn't have to deal with the crime itself. They're going to use other crimes that these people are a part of or committed in the past. They're going to use those crimes to pull these people in to question them, and then based off the questioning, then further whatever investigation they'll have to do. And I would think that I wouldn't be surprised if Alec's lawyers are already on top of it, trying to figure out who the names are, and I wouldn't be surprised if they already found it out. So it'll be interesting to see if there is. Now, this is one thing that we do know, is that his lawyers aren't short for words, and they'll tell you shit before it even happens. They're not very good at keeping secrets. So I guarantee you, if there is something to do with these other people, I guarantee you that these lawyers are going to be coming out and doubling down on the other people theory, because that's the way that they get their client off. And they know that the public opinion is going to play a major role in this trial, because we talked about it in the beginning. How can you get a fair trial? Because everybody's heard about this. So now, just like me, how could I be a fair juror? Because now I've already had it planted in my mind that he probably didn't even pull the trigger based off of what the housekeeper said.
yeah.
So like, if I was his lawyers, and we know how they are, if I was his lawyers, I wouldn't be surprised if they're coming out, doing interviews, doing statements, talking about these other people, because they're gonna want to promote that as much as possible, because they know that'll get their client off.
Yeah.
So that'll be very telling if that does happen. Let me see here. I wanted to see. So, let me see. I'm just going through my questions I wrote down. So do you think Alec got a fair trial?
Yes and no. Um, I think because of the secrecy about like who Blanca has spoken up about, I think there's no way you can get a fair trial with names out there that are not being brought up yet, with other involvement. You just can't get a fair trial.
Do you think this will be a fair trial? I have a hard time thinking it will. I think it's going to end up in a mistrial. I just see
Yeah,
nothing
I
but
think
problems happening from it.
yeah, I think you're right. There's a good possibility of a mistrial. I think it's going to be a circus.
Oh
I
yeah.
do know that.
I think I mean the defense knows the prosecution's playbook. The prosecution doesn't know what the defense is going to have up its sleeve. The prosecution always has the stronger hand going into a trial on the first one. On the second one, the defense has the upper hand because they already know the prosecution's playbook. Prosecution is going to try it the same way because that's what they did to convict him in the first place. They're
Mm.
going to stick to what their playbook. The defense is going to be the one that, okay, now I know their playbook. We're going to twist or introduce or bring this in, at
Yeah.
different points, and they're going to be the ones that are strategizing. So I honestly feel like, yeah, he's already there for his financial crimes, and that'll always be there.
Yeah,
But
he's very guilty of that. There's no
yeah,
question.
yeah.
Yeah.
But with this, I have a feeling that he's gonna end up getting a slap on the wrist from this. It's just too dirty. And then again, you got this housekeeper coming out now saying that there's other people involved. So um it's just
Yeah.
it's too mucky.
She's been saying that from the beginning, but no one would listen to her. And she was very angry about that. Um, she felt like people just looked at her as just the uneducated housekeeper that's not going to know anything. And she feels that that's why she was not questioned about a lot of things. And I can understand that. I was very disappointed in her, the clothes that she had found when she showed up the morning of the 8th to clean. She kept them and she didn't wash them. She kept them, I want to say it was either a week or 2 weeks. But she didn't even wash them because she kept expecting the police to come and get them. And they never did. So she finally just washed them. Well, in court, when she was questioned about it, they asked her, did you wash these clothes? And she said, yes, of course I did. But she didn't volunteer that, I kept them waiting for you to come get them as evidence and test them, and you never did. So I eventually, yes, washed them. And she even made it a point in an interview she had later to say that they asked me if I washed them, but they never asked me when I washed them. Well, why didn't you volunteer that? I mean, that to me, that's important information that, hey, I held on to evidence and the cops never came for it. So I washed it and then I got blamed for, cleaning up evidence. Well, what evidence? Obviously, there was nothing on there that she saw. She stated in court that they were not soiled, and that's because he took a shower before dinner, and those clothes had already been sitting there. They weren't involved in the crime. But just the fact that she held on to that information and held on to those clothes, and no one questioned her, no one came for them. It wasn't even talked about in court. You know, to me, that's pieces of information that what else are you not providing?
Well, that's weird that the prosecution wouldn't bring it up because it benefits their case.
Yeah.
If that's what happened, and there's only two ways that happens in that scenario. Number one, law enforcement doesn't believe her or trust her or her stories. Or number two, we also have to remember that this is a very everybody knows your name, and there's a lot of connections between the Murdaugh family that has been there for generations and law enforcement. And law enforcement could not ask questions or seek information because they don't want to find out the truth. Because if they find out the truth, then they can't
They
deny the
have to do
truth.
something about it.
They
Yeah.
can deny the truth if they don't find the truth. They don't have to deny it because they won't know it.
Yeah.
And so those two scenarios, because I have a hard time believing what she's saying, and they might have, and that would mean, okay, we're not going to pursue this witness any further because we just don't trust their statements. But again, we're talking about very small, tight names, connections. You got to think, like, there had to have been a lot of times these officers and Murdaugh family, you ran into each other, you went to functions together, you knew each other's kids, they both played on the same ball team, like there's a lot of connections. And so,
Hmm.
it definitely could have been officers who were like, man, I don't want this dude to we know this guy didn't do it, But
Yeah.
then again, the prosecution's the one that pinned him for it. So, you know what I mean? Like, you might have some local rookie level type wanting to not ask or pursue. But when it came to the prosecution and how much they were trying to hammer him, I would be surprised that officers purposely didn't go ask her for stuff because they didn't want to find it, because the prosecution would want to have that with what they were charging him with. So to me, then I would have to lean on they didn't trust her stories that much because they were trying to find stuff. So maybe they just didn't trust her. Maybe there was something in the initial interviews where they noticed deception, they noticed inconsistent, and they just didn't care. Oh, I mean, let's think about her statements, right?
Mhm.
Multiple times. Why didn't you mention this to the officers? They didn't ask me. That is not a response. That's not.
Yeah.
You saw who robbed the bank. Why didn't you say nothing? Because they didn't ask me.
Yeah.
No, you
That's what
saw people
makes
who robbed the bank.
that's
You
what
know?
makes me believe she knows a lot more and has seen a lot more. So
I
it'd
don't
be
know. We'll have to.
interesting to know what she knows about the cleaners, exactly who she thinks these people are. I'm curious to know. I'm hoping it comes out in the trial. I'm hoping she finally
Well, they're not going
spills
to
the beans.
name. They're not going to name the names unless they really do get in trouble for it. They're not. There's no way they can. It would just be a witness statement. I mean, she would have to testify on the stand, but she can't name them. She can say what the connection is and stuff like that, but unless they're convicted of that crime, she could not name their name.
Right.
Yeah, there's
Well,
no
that
way.
answers our question from earlier: is why wasn't she dropping names in the beginning? Mm.
She should have. I
Oh, I
mean,
think there's a lot. There are
you
a lot
care
of
about
things
your
that should have
friend.
happened that didn't happen, and I agree with that.
It just smells. It just don't smell right to me. I mean, I know you trust it, but I just the more and more and more and more that you know, I just the more and more and more I don't trust her. So I don't even with these other people. I just I, I don't know. She
Yeah.
lost credibility to me, and when she didn't say anything the first time. So
I was disappointed in her, but I don't feel that she lost credibility.
yeah,
I kind of feel like I understand why. If if I think how it happened really happened, then I think there were good reasons for her to stay quiet in her mind for a lot of reasons. And like I said, only she knows who she has in mind for the cleaners. So, she feels that it's not safe to say anything until later, then she's not going to say anything. But she's very defensive. She's very defensive about um, not being questioned, being treated as if she's just stupid housekeeper. You know, n- no one questioned her about the evidence she was holding on to. You know, I'm
but when she had the opportunity to say something, she didn't. Even with the how come they
and
didn't
that and
ask me
that's
when it got washed? Well, why didn't you? They didn't. Like you need
yeah,
like
like
why wouldn't you speak
why
up? Like
yeah.
it's that simple. You got the
Yeah.
opportunity and you still don't take it. I don't know. It seems
And
a
I
lot of
don't know
gaslighting,
if
really,
that
to
has to
me.
do with her ego was hurt, because in
Who
my
cares
mind, I didn't
about your
look at her
ego?
as an ignorant housekeeper, or, not knowing anything or not worth questioning. But she had kind of a chip on her shoulder. It felt like about that. And I don't know what that was all about. There seems to be, in my mind, some kind of beef there about that between her and law enforcement. Um,
Because they
so
didn't believe her, obviously.
yeah, so to be angry about that and hold on to information because you're mad at how you were treated, to me, is a very small, petty way to
It's
handle that.
immature.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's immature as hell, you know?
But I
It
also
really
have
is.
to take into consideration, I don't know the information she knows, and I don't know who she has seen or what she has seen. And there may be very valid reasons in her mind why she didn't say certain things at certain
But if
times.
you're that scared of those people, you don't go on national television telling people that you know names. You just don't do that. That's
Unless
the
she's angry and wants them, she's out for revenge, and sometimes, emotions get the best of you and you don't always say and do the right things at the right times, and
nah,
that could
she
just
did
be
multiple interviews though,
that
and
she's
she sat
angry.
down and had these interviews. It
Yeah,
wasn't
she even wrote
like
a book about it,
TMZ.
so
Yeah, it's not
yeah,
like TMZ walking up to you saying, "Hey, what do you?" It's not like spontaneous where you're caught off guard. You're prepared to
yeah.
say these things. You're prepared to say this stuff. So to me, if these people were that scary, you don't go on national TV on multiple platforms and channels to then tell people you know what you know, because it's like I said, when I first heard her say this, I'm like, she's going to be popped off the next day.
Yeah.
Like if these people are that scary, you tell the cops and then you keep it in the background. You
Right.
don't go on national TV. See, these are all these things that I'm just like, it doesn't
Yeah.
wash, because if they are that scary, you're not promoting that you know stuff. You're telling people in the background. You're not promoting it on national TV. So it seems to me like kind of like the conclusion that I'm thinking, like she's just not believable, and that's why the police didn't pursue things much further, because I kind of have to, if that's how it went down, I kind of have to agree with them if that's how it went down, because she's not. I just, like I said, I lost. She lost credibility with me already. The more the more we discuss things, like even the laundry and stuff, the questions about, well, didn't know when I washed it. What These are things like you call and say, hey, I got these things. Like
Mhm.
you don't hold on, you don't go out on a live search and you find a related item to your search and then go, well, they never asked me, so I didn't tell them about it. It
Yeah.
just, there, I don't know. But she's obviously going to be talking a lot because she's already made it on a couple platforms in the last few days. I'm sure she's going to be making it on some more. Um, I don't know. It
Yeah.
sucks that we have to wait until the trial to find out what's going on, because she's obviously not going to say it to anybody. I mean, it's their job to ask. And if you don't ask her when you have the opportunity, then you're not a good reporter. But
Right.
she's not going to tell. She can't, because she can get sued by putting people's names out there. Like,
Yeah.
lawsuit, right up, the next day she gets a lawsuit. So why are you even going out there and saying that, especially if these people are that dangerous? Because then somebody could cut your brake line. I mean, it's
Yeah.
you know what I mean. If these
Yeah,
people
no,
are
I know what you
that
mean.
scary, they're gonna pop you. They're gonna pop you. You mentioning that information is already a threat to these people. They don't play. They don't play. So it'll be interesting to find out what happens with that. It sucks that we got to wait for a trial, and whenever that's going to happen, who knows? The prosecution's wanting by the end of the year. The defense says there's no way in hell that's going to happen, so they're projecting the beginning of next year. But I don't know. Do you think she's ever gonna? I don't know. I mean, we can go through these interviews because I would like to sit down and hear everything that she does have to say.
Yeah. It,
Um,
it's
you
worth
know,
going through those and hearing what she has to say.
hearing her
She
voice,
she
seeing her
drops a lot
reactions.
of little hints and clues if you listen close enough.
Yeah. So we'll have to do that. Maybe we can do that because we were going to do some Lego stuff. But this is a lot more interesting than Lego stuff. We were talking about doing Lego stuff on Thursday. Maybe what we can do is, because there's a few interviews and it would total a little over an hour and a half for the interviews. So we could always get together. I'll see what's popping off in the next day or so, and we'll see what's going on for Thursday. But maybe what we can do for Thursday is maybe go through those interviews that she has, and she's kind of saying everything, and everybody can look at her body language and hear her words and the things that she's bringing up, and we can go through those interviews all in one show,
Hmm.
and just break those down, because I think it's important. We should, as much
Yeah.
as we're talking about her and this and
Yeah.
that, it's only fair that we play the videos and everybody can see and hear for themselves
Mhm.
when it comes to what's being said and if they feel it's truthful or not.
Now, I do want to say her latest interview with Brian Enton, when she um, was talking a lot more about the other people involved, and that she knew names. She did seem very uncomfortable, very very nervous. So there may be something to these people and not being good people and being scared to speak up. She was not the same interview that she's given in the past. She almost
Yeah,
had like a nervous kind of, I don't really want to say, but I'm gonna say.
Well, why is she doing it? Like I said, if these people are that scary, why are you coming out on national TV doing this? Because I'm sorry,
Who
when
knows?
when you're in that game, you know how it goes down, and when you do this on national freaking TV, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out what happens
Yeah.
next. You see it all the time. Pop, you're talking too much. When you say one word, you're talking too much.
Yeah.
So why are you, going out there? But yeah, we'll check those out. If anybody wants to call, go ahead and let us know in chat. I'll drop a link if anybody wants to call
I'm
and talk
curious
about this.
to know if anyone sees what happened my way, if they have anything to say about that. What's your opinion? How you think it happened? I'm curious.
Bianca, let me see. First, yeah. So, this there's a few interviews. I like the Tony Bruschi one too, but yeah, that's what we'll let me see here. So instead of doing the Lego stuff that we were talking about on Thursday, we'll just go ahead, unless something major breaking happens or something. Thank God the suspect in Anna Kepner's R and murder is finally in jail. That happened yesterday.
I was really glad to hear that.
Yeah, thank God he's finally in freaking jail. Way too long for that to take place, especially with the brutality of that crime. But yeah, we'll I think it'll be very beneficial to go through and kind of break down all of these interviews with her and see exactly, because I'm gonna be breaking down body language and everything, and who knows, like maybe I'll look at her and be like, yep, she's telling the truth, just like the suspect in Nancy Guthrie. Everybody was talking about what's his name, oh, I can't remember. He did that TV interview with the local TV station. You could tell from his body language he was telling the truth. I'll be able to look at her and tell you if she's telling the truth. Everybody's body actions will tell you, and I'll break down why I feel the way that I do, why they're doing what they do, and why the body action tells you what it tells you when you're breaking down. When they're actually talking about specifics and such. Twitch watch party tomorrow, Mackenzie Shirilla. Also Friday, I'm not sure what time, but I'm thinking Friday. I think around 12:30 Central, 12:15 Central. We're gonna be. Are we still doing the Mackenzie Shirilla director Mean Girls thing? I can't remember, because I think for some reason, did you get to watch the whole thing of that interview? Because I had some people reaching out saying that it was just it wasn't even really an interview with, like, she had her on, but it was more about her feelings and the sister's feelings, and not necessarily the interview with the director. So I'm like,
yeah.
wait a minute, what is that?
I mean, there was some good information there, but it was mainly really just, what were your feelings making this, and what were your feelings during that, and just working with the families. I don't know. It's a different point of view. I mean, you get to hear what it was like for the director to have to talk to the families after all of this, and
so they talked to all the family, like both all the families they talked to, all
The
three of
director
them.
did, yeah. The
They
director talked to the families, yeah.
was there besides the friends of Mackenzie that stood up for Mackenzie in the Netflix doc, because that was one-sided.
Right.
Did they have friends on there that supported Dominic and Davion, and not
On the Mean
necessarily
Girls
Mackenzie? Yeah,
episode?
and not necessarily Mackenzie, because they had
I
people
don't
that were
think so.
bullied by Mackenzie in that episode, right?
Yeah,
Like
you
people
hear
that were
from a
actually
lot more people that didn't like Mackenzie. There were
right.
more people interviewed for the Mean Girls than there was for the Netflix.
Really? Hmm.
Yeah, there were people I heard you hear from on the Mean Girls that you didn't hear from on the Netflix.
Yeah. Yeah.
And to be honest, I don't remember what was said or if anything was said about Dom or Davion. It's so much has happened since I've seen it.
Yeah.
It's been a few weeks since I watched it. There might be some friends of Dom and Davion's on there.
Yeah. I just remember watching the Netflix one, and I'm like, damn, there's just a few friends, and they all like are like in support of her, and I'm like, where's the opposition, right? You got to have a balance. You
Yeah,
got to have
no,
the yin and the yang,
there's
the
nothing nice
balance.
said about Mackenzie on the Mean
Yeah.
Girls.
Well, it was surprising to me because when that one girl on the Netflix doc was saying, yeah, me and Mackenzie became friends because she stood up against a bully for me. But yet you see the patterns in the behavior of Mackenzie, especially with Dominic, and you see the biggest bully ever.
Mm-hmm.
That's how she
Oh,
treated
yeah.
him. Like she was a bully. You better open up this
Yeah.
door. I'm gonna break it down. You better open up this door.
Mm-hmm.
We're over. You better do this. You better tell me. You better give me 3 reasons why you love me and why I should
Oh,
still be with you.
yeah, that's a
Like
trigger for me right there.
right, right, like
You don't do
bullying.
that. Yeah.
And I can see her being a complete shitbag to people. She just
Oh,
has
yeah.
that. She just has that entitled attitude. Like I can do whatever I want. If I tell you to fucking lay down and bark like a fucking a dog or whatever, you better do it. Otherwise, I'm gonna snap and I'm gonna get my way anyway. Like
Yeah.
she
That's
just
the
seems like
problem, is she got her way all the time. She got away with doing things. Mom and dad took care of it, swept it under the rug. If she
that's
was
why they filed
praised for
bankruptcy
being a
process.
bully and taking up for her friends, and that says a lot about the parents themselves. And I'm pretty sure the mom was a bully herself in school.
Oh yeah, she was.
Yeah.
That's where Mackenzie learned it from.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you could tell, like, just with the way she was with that last interview that we watched of Steve, when she wouldn't shut up, and Cuomo's like, do you want to hop on? I invited you, and you didn't want to be on camera. Like, because as soon as he started talking, and you could see him, he kept looking up, like it's bully, 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 and that's why that's why Mackenzie became the way that she did, because she got bullied from her mom that way.
When she watches and observes and learns. Yeah.
Well, just being treated that way too, being bullied herself from her own mother.
I don't know that. Do you think Mackenzie was bullied by her mom, or more taught
to
be like her mom? You think she was bullied?
Oh yeah, bullied for sure. Like, just think, like, like when she was scared and didn't know what to do. Do this, do this, do this. If you don't do it like this, you're not doing it right, and all hell's gonna break loose. Yeah, she was a toxic ass mother that treated her husband and child with toxic ass behavior. The husband was already an adult and was a pushover and accepted it. The daughter didn't have anywhere to run. She had to, just think. They didn't act like they were best friends, even though they wanted people do want to bring that up like they were best friends, but they didn't act that way. Mackenzie knew that she could get her way with her dad. She knew that she couldn't get away with her mom. Her mom was going to tell her what to frickin' do. That's why she always went to her dad all the time. Her mom is got to be that mom where if it's not her way, it's the frickin' highway. Doesn't matter if you're the kid or not. She is going to get her way no matter what. And you better do what she wants you to do. Otherwise, you're going to pay hell. So yeah, I could see Mackenzie starting off again. The soul, miracle grow, what you put on it. I could see Mackenzie being this loving soul that all of a sudden growing up was bullied, and eventually she needed to have an outlet for the bullying that she was getting from her mother, and so she projected that on everybody else.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
she also saw the benefits of being that bully and getting your way. And
we talked about that in the other show. Like from when she was a baby, she got to learn. Yeah, what's the best way to learn the quickest? You get it done to yourself, and then you learn even quicker. Yeah, so I can't wait. And the same thing, I don't know the Courtney Clenny case that much. I just know the basics of what took place. But I can imagine that it was the same kind of childhood and household, because you just don't get that way overnight. You're fed that, you're fed that, and then you perfect it. Mary, CJ, can you look into Cyrena Anderson in Horry County? This is insane. 1 month and no answers because the husband was took on other charges to North Carolina jail after. Well, that's a good thing. If he's in jail right now and he's a person of interest in another crime, they have free access to ask him questions. He's already in jail. They don't have to come up with evidence to keep him in jail to keep pressure on him. Yeah. He's already in jail. I did hear about, there's a couple cases. I'm actually going to be, I'm going to be making a trip out there. In the next month or two, I'm going to be making a trip down there, and I'm going to be doing some work on some cases out there for a bit. So I'll definitely keep that in mind. Let me write that down too. I might have shared something on my Facebook already, because it does, not the name, but that situation does sound kind of familiar. Like, just disappeared. I'll have to look on my Facebook timeline. I think I might have posted something on Facebook with that, because I do remember something from Horry County came up a little while back, and it had to do with somebody missing, and I think there was some kind of like domestic thing that happened prior or something. I don't know. I'll have to look into it and see. But yeah, and then we're going to be going to visit Micah Miller's spots again. We're going to go take a little trip up to Lumber River for the umpteenth time. It never gets old up there. It's always stays dangerous, though, that's for sure. Creepy ass spot, man. Because they know you're not from there because you don't look like they do.
I have a question for you regarding that.
Yeah.
Because it is that type of spot, do you think that might be why, I don't believe she did this to herself. But do you think that's why that's where she was placed? Because to keep people from going there and asking questions and looking around?
That's the perfect spot.
Area?
That's the perfect spot to do it because people will keep their mouth shut.
Hmm.
It's very poor up there. Very, very, very poor. So the the Lumbee tribe um, is the tribe that resides in that county, in that area, right?
Hmm.
And so when tribes were getting recognized from the government, when they got recognized from the government, then they got government funding. Okay, they got
Hmm.
land and funding and all of these other things. The Lumbee tribe wasn't recognized, and so they didn't get any of that funding from the government. They didn't get recognized. They didn't get the benefits that come along with that.
Hmm.
And so they were impoverished for a very long time. And so it has created, that's why they say it's one of the most dangerous counties in the United States of America, is because the the poverty and how it's lasted generations, it has bred a environment of corruption, crime, um, and when we're talking about, it's kind of like when I was, it wasn't my first trip or my second trip. It was when there's like it was like 6 or 7 people in a carload, and they came up to me and we were talking, and I asked them if I could continue to walk with them as they went to go fishing, and that's when it got to the
Time
point where
out.
we
Sorry
were.
to. I have to cut you off for a second. My computer is gonna die. It
Uh-oh.
just gave me a warning. I've got to go plug it in so we can finish the conversation.
Okay. Okay.
I didn't see that. I don't know how that happened, but I am so
It
sorry.
might
I
have come
apologize to
unplugged or something.
everyone in the chat. So
Oh, you're fine.
I'm gonna have to step away for a second and see
Oh,
what's
you're
going
fine.
on with the plug.
You're fine.
I'm sorry.
Um, but it's kind of like the first time that I went there, and when it got to the point where me and people were like comparing ammunition, you know, and it's like it doesn't matter what kind of ammo you got. It was during that period where these people, before it got to that conversation, um, it was a conversation of, you don't know where you're at, you don't know what goes down here. This could happen to you and nobody would know. And my friends ain't gonna say shit about you when it if I had something. My friends ain't gonna say shit if I did something to you. So you could literally disappear right here and nobody would fucking know. We could, you know, we could make you run so fast out of here the soles are coming off your shoes, and I'm just sitting there and I'm like, no, I'm good. I ain't worried about it. Oh, you ain't worried? No, I ain't worried about it at all. Why ain't you worried? I'll lift up my shirt. I ain't worried at all. I ain't worried about it. What do you got in there? It don't matter what I got in there. It matters who pulls it first. So that is the kind of area that exists. Like literally, and hey, they're a tribe. They stick together. They take care of their own. Stranger, stranger coming around. What are you doing here? So it could that be, like, going back to her question, could that be a place where people would take somebody? And I say yes. It could be a place that somebody takes somebody to go leave them and not worry about anybody answering questions, because if somebody from there is working with you to help you put her there, you already know they're not going to say nothing. And so it is If that's your intention, I'm sure you could work things out. I'll just put it that way. I'm sure you could work things out. Now, when we were looking up Micah's death, we were also looking up the statistics of that county, because it's like those people that were from there said most of the time they just label it a suicide anyway, because then they don't have to investigate it. You look at the statistics of how many, quote, what the percentage is of suicide compared to murder, compared to accidental, compared to all of these other reasons of death. Suicide is like, woo! And everything else is just a trickle. And it's right. They can label it as a suicide, and they don't have to investigate it. Case closed. When we looked at Micah's injuries from the medical examiner's report, this and this one going in, this one going out, don't make sense. You look at the injuries. How is the entrance hole? How is the entrance hole bigger than the exit hole if the gun is pointed up against here? That don't make no sense. This hole is a lot smaller than this one if that's how it went down. And also, how does it go this way, but then all of a sudden it comes out this way if it's going this way? When they put a little stick to show the trajectory of a bullet, the stick would be going like this, but the other part of the pin is up here. That don't make any sense either. The pooling of the blood doesn't make sense either when it comes to how her body was discovered, if it was discovered that way. And also when it comes to her body floating, the way that it was floating, what they were saying. No. I was there. I was there in that spot. If somebody says they didn't see her, they're lying. Especially if you're talking about the pooling of blood.
Yeah.
And the air that exists in the body. Just because somebody isn't breathing doesn't mean that there's not oxygen in your organs, in your skin, mixed in with your fluids, still in your blood. Oxygen, oxygen, oxygen. You are not going to be stuck, submerged under that water. You're actually going to be floating a little bit. That's why the fisherman's story didn't make sense to me a lot. I still had questions. I was supposed to meet up with him on one of my last trips out there, and unfortunately he got in a car accident and passed away. I was this close to going on a boat with Johnny Jacobs. This freaking close to going on a boat. Because I already went on a boat to Lumber River. I already showed and how the story didn't make sense to me. I wanted him to show me the story, to make it make sense. And the only other person that could make it make sense was him, unfortunately. And that was going to be a task in its own, because again, think about it, you guys, how dangerous it is already out there. That's where he's from. And I was going to go on a boat with just him to try and find the truth for Micah. That's the limits of danger that I'm literally willing to put myself in just to be able to find the truth and the answers. So it's unfortunate. It really sucked. I was really looking forward to it, but it'll be something that'll never happen. But it's one of those spots, Jennifer, that if you know somebody up there, which we know, there's connections up there. If you know somebody up there, it's nothing than tossing somebody $1,000, $2,000, $5,000, telling them to do this and don't ever fucking say nothing, and they ain't gonna say nothing. Yeah, for sure.
What's your opinion on the the bullet was not the same bullets that she had purchased that day that was used.
Well, when you're looking at okay, so when it comes to the investigation, let's be honest about the investigation. The law enforcement that investigated it didn't do a good job. They're telling somebody that's driving up that literally left and has her purse, "Hey, we're investigating this as a suicide." And this is somebody that you don't even know if they're a witness or not yet.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so many things that showed that this investigation was sloppy. So to go off of particular documents and certify that is 100% exactly what went down. Well, the people that are going off of all of this, all of these documents, if you're gonna talk about how shitty the investigation was, which it was, then you also need to not put all of your trust into what's written down on the papers. Okay? Because if they did a shitty investigation, and we've already exposed all the shittiness that happened that day, that was a crappy part of the investigation. So many mistakes. Then you have to look at the documentation in the same way. You can't sit there and say, okay, well, they did a shitty job investigating it, but you know what? I'm going to say that this ammo, which it's not, but then why are we putting all the trust in their words if we're not putting all the trust in what we should have already seen? It's like, well, they didn't do a good investigation here. The paperwork probably wasn't done properly either. And so I can't tell you either way when it comes to, quote, the evidence, because what I can tell you is there was no spent rounds from what was in the vehicle, right?
Right.
There obviously was spent rounds at the location. I can't tell you because look, the investigation was shitty. I can't tell you if what that officer put down was 100% legit because I can't trust their investigation anyway. I don't know. I would have to know the actual evidence to be able to talk about the ammo, you know? Because anybody can put anything down on a piece of paper. And maybe this officer didn't know. Maybe they weren't trained properly. Maybe they just didn't care and they just assumed something. And because really, again, these officers up there, and I have to be careful, but these officers up there write this shit on the paperwork to get it done and over with so they don't have to mess with it ever again. So they just might put whatever they want to put down just because they just have to fill something out because they already know it's a suicide. So they're like, look, I'm just going to write this. Look, I'm not going to spend the next this much time. I'm sure a lot of them went, you know what? Fill it out quick, jot something down, write it in, case closed. Okay, done. Instead of them actually like doing okay, let's make sure we do this the right way. I don't see them doing that. So I don't know. We'll go, we'll look more into this stuff. I have so much stuff that I've never even looked at when it comes to Micah's case. Like I have so many files of stuff, FOIA stuff, all sorts of stuff that I haven't even looked at yet. Like for real, like hundreds and hundreds, probably 400 or 500 documents and files I have not looked at yet.
Oh, wow.
For Micah's case. So, we'll go into this stuff sometime. Oh yeah, I got a lot of stuff that wasn't supposed to be sent to me. But anyway, that has to pertain to that case. But we'll go through those sometime, and because I do want to talk about the medical stuff again, when it comes to that, especially with everything that's happening with JP's JP's situation and JP's current status. And I think a lot of this stuff needs to be brought up again.
Yeah.
You know, kind of like the OJ thing. Look, you didn't get in trouble for killing Ron and Nicole, but you know what? When you robbed these people in Las Vegas, we're gonna throw the books at you like you like we're making up for what
Yeah.
and that's what I'm. Oh, trust me, the stuff that JP is gonna be in trouble for, and the stuff that is gonna be coming out that people don't know about that he's gonna get in trouble for. Karma is gonna hit him like a mother. I promise you. I promise you. It's gonna be a lot more than what you see right now. I guarantee
Yeah.
you that. I guarantee you that it's gonna be a lot more than what people are seeing with this current, cyber stalking and yeah. I'm
I
gonna
can
tell
only
you
imagine with somebody like JP.
the stuff that he is being indicted for right now. Take this and then tell me later when it comes out and go, damn, CJ, I remember when you said this. The stuff he is getting indicted for right now is this big compared to the other stuff that's going to be coming.
Wow.
It's that much. It's little tiny. It's tiny. It's teeny bit. Oh, yeah. He's going to be going away for quite a while, unless, which I think he's going to snitch on his cohorts. He's going to get a reduced sentence. He is going to get some cakeness out of it.
Yeah.
But
You think he's going to be a big snitch?
oh yeah, oh for sure. Oh yeah, he's gonna, because look, he's living good right now. He's
Yeah.
living good right now. But once he sits in that jail cell and he's actually knows that it's going to be a long time before he even has the opportunity to get out, and this is, I guarantee you, the first couple days, ring a ding ding ding. Oh yeah, oh for sure, for sure. And he's gonna, and this is what's, he's gonna think he's smart, right? He's gonna be like, well, I'm not gonna say nothing until I get a room with a pool table. And then they're gonna be like, all right, we'll talk to you next year and see if you changed your mind yet. They're gonna play his ass like crazy too, because he's gonna be thinking he's so smart, but they're gonna be like, bro, this is little kid shit. Well, how about we let you sit there for another year and then we'll ask you again? And I bet you won't ask for a pool table. I bet you. I bet you. Yeah. So yeah, it's and you know what? I hope, we'll see though. I'm gonna be making a trip back in the near future, and I'm gonna be making a stop at the old Solid Rock because I'm gonna go see if the peach tree is still there. And I'm gonna just walk around, and who knows, maybe JP might come driving by again. You know how he liked to do that when I was out there. I'd always wait until everybody left because I always wanted to make sure I was the last one there, so everybody was safe leaving. That's why I was
Right.
always the last one there. Every single time. It didn't matter how long it was. I always made sure I was the last one there because I wanted to make sure everybody left safely. And those were the times, and you'd see it on camera, those were the times JP had come driving by. JP had come driving by. Yeah. So I'm sure he's, we have unfinished business. We have a conversation that we were supposed to have that didn't happen because of the FBI raid. We were supposed to have a conversation a week or so after that actually happened. But then the FBI raid happened, and yeah, I was going to sit down with him.
Is he still preaching?
Yeah. Yeah, he's been preaching the whole time.
I knew
And that
I knew he moved locations, but I didn't know if he was still preaching at this time.
Yeah. Yeah, he's been preaching the whole time. At that little last church, they've been preaching there for Really since September, November of 24. Right? Yeah, October, November of 24. They've been preaching there. Yeah, the same building. So it's been almost 2 years, year and a half, almost 2 years.
Did Trisha go with him?
Yeah, she's still the head of yeah. And I talked to her too, like because she was the one I was initially talking to. For some reason, I don't know, JP must have said something good about me, because they don't have a problem with me. They know who I am. Oh, there's CJ. They know who I am. They don't go after me like they go after some people. But who knows? Maybe it's because I'm a guy and I'm not putting up with their bullshit. I don't know. Maybe they're like, but for some reason, yeah, she's still the head of all that. She still is. She'll be his ride and die until the very end. She's like his second mother, and she promotes herself as such, like she's his second mother. So she's always gonna take care of him no matter what faults he has.
That relationship she has with him is uncomfortable.
It's money.
You think it's just money?
Money, and she's probably had the hots for him the whole time.
Yeah.
You know, you're pastor, you're taking all these other people, take me, you know, like, what the fuck? Right? Trisha.
Yeah, I don't think there's not much she would not do for JP.
Oh,
and
yeah,
that's a scary thing. And
I mean, just look,
willing to do whatever.
She well, and here's the thing, she would be the perfect snitch too. So it's like when she was questioned, she was already questioned from,
yeah,
I think this is out, she was already questioned from the FBI in the very beginning. So if she was gonna say something, I'm sure she would have said something, and if she was gonna help with something, I'm sure she's already been helping with something, you know what I mean? So and she would be the perfect one, because that's the one who knows all of his secrets, his skeletons, helped him clean up his dirty work, and also the one that JP trusts the most. That's the one he trusts the most out of anybody. So he may have thoughts like she might be talking to investigators, but she could sit there. He's so gullible. Eventually, he is so gullible. She could be like, "There's no way I would do that to you, JP. I love you," and he'd be like, "Okay, Trisha, I'm sorry." Like, and then in the background, she's like, you know. I mean, it's a dirty game. It's a dirty game, but. And it'll be interesting, the people that I know have conversations with JP and have this whole time. It'll be interesting when I pop up again, and they know that I know that, it's one of those things like, shit, nobody else knows, but he does, and damn, he's here again. What? For real, you guys see the amount of, like, it's like vile ass shit that comes in my direction just because of the information I know. And the people know that I know. That's why I get the vileness from the people. That's why I get the people that are like, "Oh, you shouldn't support CJ anymore." You don't think I don't hear all these whispers? You, like, serious?
Yeah.
Y'all, the ones that are doing this, y'all think I don't hear what's said, when it's said, how it's said, and how many people it's said to, and it's the same story from all the different people? Like, you don't think I don't hear this. You think I don't hear it because I don't do this like I am right now. Now the people are starting to go, oh shit, yeah. Yes. 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 So watch, you'll see. When I go back and you'll hear the negative, whoever, just put two and two together. It's not that hard. And there's more than one. We'll just say that. It is. It is crazy, Jennifer, because since I last was there, right? Since I was
Mhm.
last there at the end of November 24, early December, actually, it was early December of 24 was the last time I was there. It's crazy the amount, and this is what is sad too, because I protected these people. And when I'm saying these people, of course, I mean everybody out there, because again, I was out there protected, whether it was, hey, so and so's recording your plate when they're live streaming, you guys should cover your plates. Everybody starts putting tinfoil on their plates. Like, there's different things that I was doing to protect everybody out there, as well as documentation. You saw the court hearing that Sam won, because I showed JP was a lying motherfucker, and I had document video to prove it, and gave it to Sam so he could use it in court to get the lawsuit from JP denied, dismissed, because you lied, bro. You brought a frivolous lawsuit against Sam thinking that I didn't have the damn footage. Guess what I did? Gave it to Sam. Sam won. It's that simple. I'm there protecting these people. So when I say these people right now, I'm only talking about a couple people, and I want to make that clear because there's a lot of people that really do support the Micah movement, and I just want them to know I'm not talking about. There's just a couple people, and it's crazy the amount of people that have reached out without those people knowing they reached out, because they have to play it a certain way, so then they don't get looked at sideways. So there's people that are pretending to go along with the rhetoric, with the conversation, with what's being said, done, and the stuff that involves my name. These people are the same people that have contacted me over the last year and a half. Multiple people. The first time I heard it, I was like, it could be, who knows what it is. He said, she said, whatever. The second person reached out to me, the third person, the fourth, the fifth, and so on. And it was the same people, the same things being said in different situations. And I was like, holy hell. It's sad to know that these people are saying these things about me when I myself protected them. I protected them in the very beginning because people didn't like them in the very beginning, and I protected them. Then to come to find out, when all of a sudden, because let's be honest, when I went out there, people didn't like me being out there because I took away from their views. Because instead of people going to watch this person or that person or that person, they got fucking pissed because when I showed up, people came to me. There's a reason they came to me. Because I wasn't about the bullshit. I wasn't about the lies. I was about getting work done and telling the truth, no matter what the truth was. People respect that.
Yeah.
These people would be the ones all worried about how many viewers. These people would literally come up to my devices looking to see how many people I had watching, and then going back to theirs, or getting mad. Oh gosh, he's here again. Now I don't get any views. That's what all of that became. It became not about attention for Micah. it became about attention for themselves. And so it's no surprise that these same people have continued to muddy up my name to people to the point where they're reaching out to me over the last year and a half. CJ, I just have to tell you this. This is what's being said. This is what we're being asked to do. This is what we're being pressured to do. We're being pressured to not support you anymore, CJ. We're being pressured to do these things. And it's like, what did I do? Know the truth about you and still not even out you? Because that's what I've done. I've known the truth from the beginning when I first showed up. Who was talking to JP Miller behind everybody's backs? I knew. I found that out 2 weeks after I was there. I found out 2 weeks after I was there, all the people that were talking. Yeah. Go back to some of my pictures. Some of them are in this picture. Go back to some of my pictures from back then on my YouTube channel. You'll see a picture where there's a group of 5 or 6 people standing together. And if you know Solid Rock, you know the driveway that JP would pull in. Solid Rock would be on your right if you're at that driveway. These people were standing in a group off to the left of that driveway. There's some of them right there. And I was calling them out back then. And people were questioning things. And I'm like, look, I can lead a horse to water. I can't make him drink it. And I'm not here to make you drink the water. I'm here to show you the water. I'm not here to make you do nothing. It's up to you if you want to drink it. It's not my fault. More people beyond that? Yes. Multiple people beyond that photo. That photo was just a photo from the beginning where I said, chick, 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 chick. There's your click, people. It was up to anybody to believe it. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Now, like I said before, there's other people that are pretty talking to JP and have been this whole time. Associating with people that talk to JP and have this whole time. How do you think I was able to get the initial connection to JP? Because I couldn't get it doing regular shit and doing what, because he is too protected, right? He is too protected.
Yeah.
Do you know what I did? I pulled a smooth one on this person. I pulled a smooth one on this person, and they gave me the avenue, which gave me the opportunity to have a direct connection. So when they thought they were playing me, whoop, let me pull that underneath you. And these people know that I know, and the people that are talking to him that think that nobody knows know that I know based off of what I'm saying. They can't deny it. I know. I've known for 2 years. I've said it will all come out eventually, and it will. And it will. In due time. Fine wine takes time.
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah, this one was hard with the waiting. I've waited a long time for this trial to come
Oh
up.
yeah. So that's
Yeah.
gonna happen. That's gonna happen for sure. But watch, you guys. When I go out there to Solid Rock, just to make old Solid Rock. When I go out there to these different places, pay attention, not to who's nice to my face. Pay attention in the background.
Right.
I don't have to say shit. That they are going. That's why I said, because listen, if I was gonna go the toxic YouTube route, I would have already done. I mean, I already gave everybody Easter eggs and have for months. I've given Easter eggs. It's up to you if you don't want to see it. I mean, I just gave you one of the best Easter eggs just a couple minutes ago with one of the photos I was talking about. That's an Easter egg I dropped 2 years ago this month. Probably almost to the day, because it's the middle of June. It was the first or second week of June when I would have dropped it. Maybe a week after that. It was right then. Oh, I don't know, Melissa. In the near future. But yeah, this is stuff that, I've known for 2 years. So just like all the other ones, I said, look, what's going to happen? Eventually, they're going to start going after each other because they were going after me. Now that I'm not there, I said, watch, they're going to start going at each other. Oh, boy. They've been going at each other for 2 years. It's crazy. It's wild.
Oh, yeah.
It's wild.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with this. These people are revealing themselves and will continue to reveal themselves. We've already seen some revealed already. Some have already revealed themselves already. In due time, they will reveal themselves. You just have to sit back and watch. And it's already happened. You've already seen this peg got knocked off. This peg got knocked off. This peg got knocked off. All of a sudden, the truth's coming out about this one, and you see what I'm saying? I'm telling you the war that's taking place, and we're seeing the war between these people take place, which then reduces everything that is blocking the truth, and all that rubble has fallen down, and the truth is left to be revealed. And it ain't gonna take too long either. So I by next summer, I guarantee you by next summer, because it ain't gonna last that long. By next summer, you're going to see, it'll be like a lineup of people who were connected to JP Miller that you thought were for Micah.
So how many of those people do you think are going to shock the rest of us? Really?
8.
That's a lot.
They're all going to shock you.
Really?
There might be one or two. There might be one or two that you're like, I kind of had a suspicion, I kind of had a suspicion. But
I got suspicions, but
yeah. The other 6, oh yeah, you're going to sit back and go,
interesting.
I had no clue. I thought this whole time that it was about Micah. Oh yeah, you're going to be pissed the fuck off.
Oh no.
Pissed off. You're going to be pissed off. And you're going to have a reflection. You're going to have a reflection of the investment that you gave. You're going to have a reflection of the support that you gave. You're going to have a huge ass reflection, and then you're going to sit back and go, damn,
Oh shit.
I was bamboozled.
Yeah, that sucks. That really sucks.
That's why I've been so quiet about it. Look, if it was some little fucking checkers piece, who gives a fuck? But the fact that these people are the people that they are, that's why I just have to sit back, let fine wine do its time, and watch it reveal itself. And it already has. It already started after we left, and another peg fell off a couple months ago. Just a couple months ago, another peg fell. Now, when these other ones, that happens to these other ones, then it's all going to be like, because right now, you have to think about it like this. Right now, you're watching rubble take place. You're seeing pegs fall. Bricks are falling. They're still falling. So you can't really see what's behind the rubble. That's the stage we're in. There's some that's already fallen. There's more that are about to fall. Once they fall, all of those bricks, then all of the smoke clears away. And all of a sudden you're sitting there going, that's what was behind all of that rubble. And that's what I'm saying. You're gonna eventually, if you have your ear low enough to the ground and you pay attention to these Easter eggs, you can have a pretty good idea who I'm talking about already. You're gonna see once these other ones tumble, then it's all gonna just woof. You're gonna be like, whoa. That's why I'm saying,
what was the point of them doing that for that long and getting that involved?
because see, at first these people thought that they were being smart, right? They weren't. They thought they were being investigators, but they weren't, because what they were doing is they were like, hey, I'm smarter than JP. I'm going to trick him and I'm going to get information and this and that. It was about trying to get information about where he was going. When he was going to have pop-up cookouts at a park, right? All of these different things, trying to get the information before so we can always be there at the location. They thought they were smart enough to outsmart him, but actually he outsmarted them and then pulled them into his web where they didn't have a choice, because you know what he could threaten when it came to just think about this. This is the situation, right? You're a protester, right?
Right.
Just think about this. You're a protester. You tried to be slick with them, and you got a direct contact through Trisha, which led to other connections, you know. Then you got to talk to JP straight up. You started off with Trisha. You thought you were smart enough, right? Like, you know, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to trick him, and then guess what? We're going to find out where his next cookout is, right? We're going to do this. We're going to do this, right? So you're thinking you're being all mischievous, you know, you're going to get the information, whatever. And then he turns it around on you because you don't see the shit coming. And next thing you know, he goes, well, Jennifer, what if I just told all the protesters and showed all the protesters that we actually have been talking this whole time? What do you think your protester friends are going to say if I show all your protester friends that you've been chatting with me and we've been sharing stories and this and that? What are your protester friends going to say? They're going to out your ass, aren't they? They're going to make you be the the kicking stump. They're going to make you be the outcast. They're going to make you, they're going to treat you like shit. They're going to talk bad about you. They're going to dog your name. Your reputation's going to be ruined. You ain't going to be able to walk around these people anymore. Think of all the manipulations that JP does to all these other people, right? The same kind of manipulations happen to you. Now he's threatening to expose you to your friends. What do you think you would do? Would you not keep your mouth shut?
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd keep your mouth shut. You would keep your mouth shut, but if you had to do something, because you don't want JP to expose you, so you're going to do stuff to just keep JP at bay. It's a dirty game. It's a dirty game. So then he's got you. So now you have to do what he says. He gets to use you because guess what? You're the one that knows all the inner stuff of what's going on in the protest. So guess what? When you initially tried to play him, he eventually played you guys, and now he was able to get the information from you, the same information and the way that you were trying to get the information off of him. Twisted it. And so when you're talking about me and I know what I know, and these people obviously know what I know because I don't associate with them. Because when I stop associating, I know something. That means I continue to not have this conversation because I'm not going to be compromised. And if I know what I'm doing, I know how to come up. I'm not the one that's going to get manipulated by JP or anybody else. That's just how it is.
Right.
But when you know this stuff, they know you know. Why do you think I got the hate that I got? Why do you think I got the hate that I got from certain people out there? Because they knew that I knew, and I wasn't keeping it a secret. These people, as much as they pick up on these, they listen, it's no secret. I'm sure they can feel it coming off of me because it's not like I try and hide it. I'm sure they can feel it. Am I respectful? Yeah, I'm respectful. Am I an adult? Yeah, I'm an adult. Because I could be saying a lot of other shit that other people have been saying, but I don't even go that route. Oh, it's way more than that. And those are the people that you wouldn't be surprised about, Jay, Guru, and Cassie. Those are the people I didn't even include because those are obvious. Those are obvious ones. I didn't know. This is other people beyond that. And so, yes, you will see whenever I make it out there, you will see who's nice, who's not nice, who's giving dirty looks, who's trying to be sneaky, and who's doing this when I'm gone, whether it's on camera or in the background. They will show themselves. And I'm just going to sit back and go, I knew it. About time. Because to sit there and manipulate people to make them support you because they think that you're about victims and justice, when in reality, you're about your own personal attention. You're about what you can get out of it, selfish reasons, and your ass is working with JP while you're backstabbing your friends. Yikes. Karma. Don't treat that very good. You will notice, and these people will expose themselves. Yeah. Guarantee it. You'll see it. The moment I step foot somewhere out there, you will see. You're going to see a lot of fake. Not from me. You're going to see a lot of, there's going to be, trust me, these same people that are saying all this stuff about me, and everybody that knows because they've heard it. I'm not saying anything that people don't know. These people know what the hell I'm saying because they heard these people say it to them in the background about, seriously.
Mhm.
This is not a surprise to the people that know what I'm saying.
Well, you can't manipulate somebody easily like JP, who's been doing it their whole life. And I don't feel sorry for those people that got themselves in that situation. No,
It was
that's kind of what you
selfishness
get.
and greed. It's
Yeah.
it was two of the 7 deadly sins. Jealousy and greed.
I mean, it sucks
No
that
wonder.
it's JP they have to deal with, but I do feel sorry for them in that regard. But at the same time, you know,
They'll
you got to be careful who you
they'll
try to manipulate these days, because people like JP are dangerous,
no,
and there's no boundaries. They will do whatever they can, whatever they want, and they're not going to care what it does to you or your family or your job or.
oh, he's going to be getting some soldiers on his side because they're once they get exposed, that's he has even more control over them at that point, and they're so toxic up here and in here for doing what they've been doing
Mhm.
that they're going to look at his toxicity as a gold standard, and they are going to become soldiers for JP because that's what they have in here already. The fact that they're doing what they're doing and not for Micah, and they're promoting it for Micah but not doing it for Micah, you don't have that in your soul like it should be. You're already toxic. You're already corrupted when that's your foundation for what you're doing. And so when you get exposed and you don't have that fake foundation anymore, you're going to look at him because it's the same toxic soul. You're going to look at him and he's going to be a gold standard, and they're going to become soldiers for JP, just like the same people that are out there security for the church. Except these people are going to be the soldiers underneath the rug. You're not going to see them at Solid Rock or Mercy Church. You're not going to see them at Mercy Church. You're not going to see them at the functions. You're not going to. These people are going to continue to be in the background. They're going to be slithering around. When the grass is tall, you can't see the snake.
Mm.
And that's what he's going to use them for. Because the grass is tall, you're seeing all the security at Mercy Church and all the congregation and Trisha and all this stuff. You're not paying attention to the ones that are slithering at the bottom of the grass, the ones that are doing that kind of work. And who knows, they could be wiggling their way back. Look, guys, I'm sorry. Will you forgive me? Yes, we forgive you. We love you. God loves you. We love you.
No.
And that snake, the serpent, is slithering around, waiting to bite your foot. Shit, what was that? Yeah. I hate to... it sucks because... I've done all the work that I've done out there because I care about Micah and what happened and her justice and standing up against domestic violence and all these. I didn't bust my ass. I didn't go to Lumber River State Park and do all of these different things that, hell, the the week and a half that I drove or no, it was a week and a half I drove like 117 fucking hours in a week and a half to make sure that, because I had to do work on Sebastian Rogers' case while I was working on Micah's case. So I had to go work on Micah's, then I worked on Sebastian's, had to do work at Sebastian's and some more searches for Sebastian's case. And then after I got done doing that, then went back out there, also hit up Delphi. Like, I was in that week and a half. I mean, all of these different things. It's like, I care, and I have cared, and I hate seeing that people misuse Micah and then use religion to blind people.
Mm-hmm. That's another avenue that allows domestic violence to continue and for people to keep silent. And it's, Micah's case brought light to that. There's a lot of manipulation in the church to keep people quiet. Her passing, is going to do so much good in so many different ways than a lot of us realize.
Mm-hmm.
If we can get JP convicted.
Oh, he's already, trust me, like I said, the stuff that he's getting indicted for right now is this much compared like the other shit is like, bam.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be a trial worth seeing for sure. I think there's going to be people watching it and hearing about it that have never even heard of the case or haven't followed along, and word's going to get out. And I'm hoping that people are going to start using their voice and speaking up, that this is going to be like a ripple effect, a movement of people realizing there's justice out there. You may have to fight hard for it, but it's out there.
There's so many connections with JP that would be a very lengthy road. There's so many connections locally and state-wise that JP has that it's gonna take a long time for people to eventually come out, because even though he may be in a jail cell, his connections run deep, especially locally. People are still going to be afraid. They're still going to be afraid, but there has been a couple, but really, the thing with the other stuff that's like this is that stuff, there's a lot of different connections with this stuff that I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. And I'm talking a lot of connections. And so you will probably hear of other people getting arrested first before you hear anything about the stuff that will be coming that's more than what's there now to the public. Like, we already know publicly this
right,
but there's more stuff. It just ain't on that part yet, and there's other connections that are involved, and I guarantee you some of these people are gonna get arrested before we hear anything that is connected with JP. But when these people get arrested, you're going to be able to sit there and go, okay, whoa, who's this? Wait, what's the, and then you're going to see this, and then all of a sudden you're going to go, whoa, that's the connection to JP. That's how it's going to go. And then you're going to start to see balls dropping. You're going to start to see things happening.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to be able to, now, to the general public that wasn't paying attention to this case or doesn't know about it, they're going to sit back and go, oh, it's just some other arrest of some other dude. But the people that know the details are going to be able to, are going to be able to take that and go, whoa, hold on, let me, okay, there's this, whoa, there's the connection. You're going to be able to see it. The people are going to spark your thought to then start to, and then
Yeah.
you're going to go, whoa, yeah. And you're going to start to see like things kind of blossom, and you're going to go, oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It's I wish I could
Yeah.
say more. I can't.
No, it's totally understandable. Very intriguing.
I've been keeping
Yeah,
this shit in for 2 years, all right? Like, it has been tough. It's been
and then
tough.
it's just bubbling to come out.
Hey, there's been a couple times I've kind of probably went a little far, like with
Yeah.
sharing stuff or whatever, but I have not. Trust me, I'm not going to be dumb enough to slip and go over the waterfall. I'm not going to do that. But I am going to push some limits and boundaries on, because you have to ultimately respect the information, the evidence,
Yeah.
the investigation, the progression, the time. It's their thing. Like, I'm just here to help. I'm not here to, because something that I do could fuck something up, and I'm not
Yeah.
trying to do that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to make sure that I help, not hinder, because that's with anything that we do. Searches for missing people, searches for answers, investigating, interviews, all these different things. I'm not here to hinder whatsoever. That's a lot of stuff I don't even, there's stuff that I work on that I don't even talk about on the lives or even promote that I'm even doing the work, just because I don't want to affect or hinder anything because of attention. I'd rather not bring attention to this one because it would actually hinder things more. And so I'm just going to lay in the cut, do my thing, help in all the ways that I can help. Because to me, it's not about attention. It's just about doing the right damn thing. Sometimes we need to bring attention, like bringing attention to, like for Micah's case, domestic violence, coercive control, abuse, all of these different things, awareness. But then there's some things that it's like, we don't need attention. We don't need certain people to know that we're working on a particular case, because then that could become a hinder, because then law enforcement is stuck in a sticky situation, or the people that are not wanting the truth, different things can, like there's limitations when it comes to investigations from police. The limitations for me are a lot smaller and more minimal than the limitations for them. I can do more things and I can go more places than they can legally, right? We're here to help, not be a hinder. So, damn, we ended up having a Micah conversation for a while, but I'm sure it was needed. I know a lot of people have been asking me to talk about Micah recently, and
Yeah.
and it's a little hard for me to talk about it, to be honest with you, because as much as okay, so every time that I have to talk about it, I'm reminded of the pieces of shit that aren't there for Micah. And it's
Yeah.
hard for me to think about it, and it's hard for me to feel it, because it hurts my heart and it hurts my soul that anybody could do that in Micah's name. And I just hate feeling that way.
Yeah.
Is there updates happening? Did they find new evidence? No. So there's nothing for me to really talk about. And I would talk about new information, new evidence if it came out. But just like these other cases, Nancy, Sebastian, if there's nothing that's reportable, I'm not gonna go click. I'm not doing the clickbait shit, right? Hey, there's
Yeah.
something. No. And so if it's just to have a conversation, I appreciate it because I did need to get some of these things off my chest because people have been asking, but um, it's hard because I would love to be able to go back to the first week when I first showed up and everybody, I guess it was me being naive from just showing up. Because when I just showed up, you always think the best of people. It's the right thing to do.
Well,
You know,
yeah.
when you first meet somebody, you always think the best of them until they take that trust or whatever away from you, right? And I wish I could go back to that first week where I was naive to the surroundings and I was just, it looked like everybody was for the same thing deep down in their hearts and their souls. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody
Yeah.
was for the same thing. And to sit there and because it's my job to get information, to dig information. That's what I'm good at, and that's how I can help, right?
Yeah.
And so as I start getting information, because listen, you could be Tim and you can be Tammy and you can be the sweetest person, but you know what? As soon as I come to a situation where I'm an outsider, I'm digging up information on every motherfucking person because I want to be aware of everybody. So I'm digging on everybody. Like I want to know who. That's when I start finding out who was doing this, who was doing that.
Yeah.
It sucks because this time 2 years later, I know way more than I want to know. I know way more about the hurt, the manipulation, the mind games that people are playing. I know more about the ugly of all of this shit, and it just makes me sad
Yeah.
that it even exists, and it's just hard to talk about because of that. Because it's like, man, if people would just be honest with themselves and not pretend, like, I don't know, it's just discouraging, it's hard to talk about just because of that. Like I could talk about her medical examiner report and I could talk about her trip. I could talk about that stuff all day, twice, and I got the footage to back it up and I have all this stuff, but it's hard because yes, I can talk about it, but then while I'm sitting here talking about the trip in my mind, my brain is talking about the trip, but in another part of my brain, it's still thinking about those people that are backstabbing. And so it's just still, it's like part of the rotation.
Yeah.
And I just don't like, because it hurts. And then that hurt will turn into other things. And I just don't want that, So it's like, yeah, it hurts just because I care so much about Micah and the true protesters, because there's a lot of people that are out there protesting that really are doing it for the right thing, and they're getting manipulated from those people that they think are doing it for the right thing, and really in all actuality they're just putting on a face, and then when they leave they're taking that mask off and going back to what they're really doing.
Yeah.
Like some of these people were having meetings with JP after he left the service, like at Solid Rock, when he would pull out real quick and leave, right? And everybody, and we'd all still be around Solid Rock, and JP would pull out and leave. There was 3 of these protesters that would take off. Oh, we need to go home now. They were going to meet JP. Like, And this was from the beginning too. Like it hurts because it's like, man, you know, you wear the bracelets, you invest and you put your emotion and your caring and your everything inside of you just because of what they went through and what you're trying to do to help prevent other people from having to ever go through that ever again, anybody. And these snakes, you know, and I'm the one that can see the snakes through the grass. I've proved it multiple times over and over. Watch out for that snake, you guys. Oh, I don't see it. Okay. All right. All right. Bam, you got bit.
Yeah.
I can see the snakes.
That's something that a lot of people, if you're not in a situation with somebody like JP, married to somebody like that, you don't realize just how far those tentacles of theirs reach. And it'll reach people that you felt safe with, that you thought were on your side, and you could talk to, and you're telling these people things. And before you know it, everything you've just said is out and turned against you. And then that tentacle reaches out to another person, that reaches out to another person. And before you know it, your entire environment is nothing but snakes. And there's no safe place to turn.
Yeah. I mean, just look at how successful he was with Solid Rock. He was bringing in money like crazy. He was doing exactly what you're saying. He knows what to do. He knows what to do with people that are a hell of a lot more educated and a hell of a lot more financially off than any of those protesters.
Yeah.
And how do you think he does it? He makes you feel so valuable. He sucks you in. He tells you, he makes you feel like you're just on this cloud until all of a sudden he pulls the cloud from underneath you. You smack down and you hit the pavement, and then you're going shit. And that's when he says, yep, look around now. And you look around and you see a fence all the way around you. And he's like, I just needed that cloud to make you float over in front of my cage. And then I pulled it off, and now look at you. Now he has you. Yeah. Just think with how successful he was with majorly professional people, majorly educated people, and he was able to swindle them. You don't think he couldn't? You don't think what I'm saying could happen with these people? Oh yeah, these people never would see it coming.
Just
That's
to
how
put
much
it in,
power he has.
Yeah, just to put it into perspective for people listening, there's studies being done now. There's things, you know, happening in the law regarding domestic violence, but people like JP are naturally good at manipulation, and it's being compared now to something that the CIA uses in interrogations, their tactics that they have written manuals about, that they teach other CIA agents how to do. You have to go to school, you have to learn all this stuff, and it's been researched to learn how to manipulate people and to get them to do things that they would never do. But people like JP are naturally inclined to do this. They just know how to do it. And it's the exact same interrogation processes that the CIA uses, that these people use on wives, girlfriends, neighbors, coworkers. And people aren't aware that it's not just, you know, simple manipulation anybody can do. This is like serious psychological, I'm gonna mess your brain up for the rest of your life kind of manipulation. It's nothing to play with. And it really surprises me that these protesters are playing with fire like that, and then surprised when
Ego.
they get bit.
It's
Yeah.
ego. It's
But
ego.
there's nothing you can do to get yourself out of that web once they've got you in there. And that's
Yeah,
the scary part, is they're
and
gonna.
they don't even see it until
Yeah,
it's too late. Until it's too late.
exactly.
Until
Yeah.
he pulls that cloud from underneath them, and then they fall down and they realize, oh damn, that
Yeah.
cloud was just a cloud to float me over to get me
They're
trapped.
very good, at
Yeah.
disguising what they're doing. Very good at it.
Yeah.
That's the scariest part, is you don't realize what their motives are.
That's how he was so successful, you know?
Yeah.
He had
And
a
Micah
freaking DeLorean, man.
lived. Yeah, Micah lived that life every day. That manipulation isn't just here and there. It has to be all day, every day, for them to maintain control.
Mhm.
So you don't get, even when you think you get breaks, you're not getting break from it. There's always something happening behind the scenes.
Yeah, that's why some of the protesters that don't go there anymore, the hate in their heart has just blown to proportions of unseen, and protesters know what protesters I'm talking about. Like, the hate that comes from their aura and their soul is just so strong. It's so obvious, you know, what the hell's going on. It's so it, you know, just like I said, whenever I'm back, you'll hear this when we're not around. You'll see this when I'm showing up. You'll see this, and you'll already know. Oh, okay, now I know why they're saying this shit. And you've probably already heard him say some things too already. And you just probably went, oh, that's weird. And then you just forgot about it. And it's been a while. But now that I'm saying something, all of a sudden that's true. Oh my God, I remember when I was watching this one stream, and yeah, that's right. This was said. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm excited to go back. I can't wait. Whenever that is, I'm excited to go back because I miss, you know, there's a lot of things that I'm going to be working on in the background. But it's, you know, to go back to the old solid rock, to feel Micah's presence, to go to Lumber River State Park, to feel Micah's presence. I know that she knows that I've done everything that I could and more than what others could or would to try and help, and I know that, and so it's gonna mean a lot for me to be able to go back to those places and just have that connection again, you know, the soul connection, you know, like it's so.
Well, I will say Micah is very lucky to have you on her side, and all the work that you've done for her and for her cause is
I
amazing.
couldn't have done it. You know, I may have been the one to go to the places and to expose myself to the danger, but without the team that I have to help me stay protected, to help look out in the places that I can't see because I'm too busy 360 and over here, you know, like it definitely takes a team, and there's no way that I could have done all that by myself. And so as much praise that I would get from anybody, you know, I would ask that they praise the team. You know, was I the one that put my foot in the water? Yeah. But I'm strong enough to do that. And so I'm fine, you know. But at the same time, I wouldn't have been able to put my foot in the water if I didn't have the people behind the scenes protecting me while I have my eyes focused on the task at hand and all that stuff. So I appreciate that, and I just have to say to the team, thank you. Because
Yeah, thank you, team.
with everybody,
Thank you, team.
I couldn't have done it by myself. So I really appreciate that, and hopefully there's better things to come. And there will be, because if anything, you're going to see people get themselves exposed already. So trust me, be patient. They will expose themselves, just like I told everybody back in the summer of 24 when I left the first time. And I said, watch, when I leave here in July, they're going to start attacking each other. And look what happened. 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later, they were already attacking each other at that point. And that's when people were reaching back out to me. CJ, we need you out here. Can you please come out here and protect us? And I'm like, because I wasn't planning on coming back to shit. I'm like, you know what? But I came back. And then some of those people, it's kind of crazy. I'll just say this before we end the show. It's kind of crazy when you find out, because they all had a vote, right? So certain people reached out to me, asked me to come back to help keep them safe because nobody was protecting them anymore, right?
Yeah.
Isn't it crazy? Not that they had a vote, because you should have a vote. You should have a vote. If it's a team thing, you should have a vote. Hey, do we want to have this person come back or whatever? It's crazy. And I found this out when I came back that weekend. I came back in the end of July of 24 after that break, or maybe it was somewhere. It was like at least a few weeks or a month. But it's crazy because the day that I came back was the day that I had the roster and who voted yes for CJ and who voted no.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I was like, oh, shit.
Were you surprised?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
Because I was like, damn, I thought this person had my back. Apparently not. Oh, that's right. I'm competition. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Competition. I was competition.
That's what was more important to them right now.
Well, it was never about numbers. It was never about numbers. To me, anyway, I didn't care. It was just about awareness. It was just about sharing the message. I don't give a shit how many people are watching, whether it's 100, 500, 1,000, or 1. I don't care. It's about the message. Well, I'm surprised you didn't know about the vote. Yeah, there was a vote. I don't know how you don't know unless you're somebody else, but yeah, there was a vote. And it's amazing. There's 2 people that I was like, wow. And here I thought you had my back, and okay. And from that point on, I'm like, noted. Noted. Okay. Noted. Am I rude? Am I mean? Do you even think I know? No, because I'll still treat you with respect, and I'll still be a human being, but it doesn't mean that this right here. Yeah, there was a vote. I'm surprised you didn't know about it. That's not good. That's not good for you if you didn't know about it. Yeah, there was a vote. There was a vote. Yeah. But yeah, the 2 people that There was more. There was like 4 people that said no. 2 people. The one of them that said no, that was obvious from the beginning because she didn't like me from the beginning, and that was obvious. The other one that voted no, she was one that didn't like me from the beginning either, but she was one that pretended to my face that she liked me. See, the first one that I brought up, I already knew she didn't like me. She didn't make it any secret. It's not like she went out of her way to treat me like shit, you know. She wasn't like mean, but it was obvious that she just didn't want me there. And so that one wasn't a surprise. The other one wasn't a surprise because I knew she didn't want me there, but she pretended like she did. But I already knew from the beginning that she was on some bullshit. So that one didn't surprise me. But there was 2 of them that I was just like, damn, really? I would have never thought. I would have never thought. Because they were even putting it out there. They were even putting it out there like, oh yeah, you know, like to the public, not to the vote, but to the public, they're like, oh yeah, I want CJ, I want CJ. But when it came to this vote in the background, no. Yeah. Yeah, I was like, damn, for real?
Wow.
Okay. Yeah, I was like, damn. Yeah, yeah, Melissa, there was a vote, man. There was a vote. There was a vote. It must have been behind. I'm just telling you, man. There's so much fucking scandalous shit. Oh my God, the backstabbing, the fakeness amongst people, and how they use religion to manipulate shit.
Yes.
So then people are blinded by it.
Yeah.
It's but you know, the backstabbing between this person and that person and the fake, and it's just like why does it even have to be like that? You know what I mean? Like
it shouldn't be like that.
If you're gonna take energy and focus it and use energy, why would you focus and use it on some toxic ass shit when you could literally take that energy and be fucking positive with it? You know, like why be fake? Why pretend that you like somebody but you talk shit behind their back? Why do any of that when you could literally just take that energy and like focus it on something else that could be like loving your husband more, or you know, like take that energy and turn it into something positive instead of like, but it's this sick, twisted, it's the serpent giggling as they're causing chaos, as they're slithering through the weeds. They're laughing, causing chaos. They bit you. Now all of a sudden you're getting mad at somebody because you got bit, and you think they did something to your foot because you didn't see the grass and the snakes slithering away going, there's another one. Now there's 2 people. You know, I'm just going to slither my way and bite people and make people cause chaos amongst themselves. And they're just laughing back at it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll happen to them. It won't be when we want. It won't be anytime soon, but karma will get them.
Yeah. And that's the thing. And that's why I approach it and do it the way that I do it, because look, I could easily just go like this. But it's karma. Karma will take care of it. It's not my job. I did my job. I informed me. I did my job. If you don't want to inform yourself, that's on you. Because look, you could get the same information that I got. I don't have a police badge. I don't work for the FBI. I'm just like you. You could get the same information that I've gotten, that I have gotten. That's not my problem.
Yeah.
And when I when I warn people in the future and nobody wants to pay attention, okay. I done said the wolf is out there amongst those sheep. I said, look, I see it. You don't see it, but I see it, and I don't see it. All right. Don't. Karma. Because look, I could sit there and say whatever, and then the truth of the situation can get downplayed because of their manipulation, right? But what's more valuable? If I say the information and then these people do what they do to protect any more of it coming out, or if I just sit back, let time do its thing, and they reveal themselves to you, you don't have to question nothing. It's already right there. You're not even sitting there going, oh, well, he's this or that, or trying to do this or that, and that's why. There's so many other exit strategies out of what the hell they got themselves into, right? I don't want them to have an exit strategy. So I'm just going to sit back, let the thing happen, because when the thing happens, they ain't going to have no exit strategy, because what they built around them that finally got revealed, they have to be in that four-cornered room up in their mind that whole time. I never built a door to open up to expose what was inside. Therefore, there is no exit door for them to potentially walk out of when they get found out. And that's the best way that I could put it. It's just the best way for it to happen.
Yeah.
You know? Will I warn people in the background? It depends on who you are. Have I warned other protesters about certain things and names and stuff like that? Oh, damn straight I have. Oh, yeah. If I'm close enough to you and we have that kind of relationship, yes, I've already told. I'm not going to say how many, but I have told people names, dates, times, connections. Yes, I have. Especially the names. Oh, yeah, I've said names of these individuals already to people that I am close with, because I want them to know, look, I care about you. I know it's reciprocated. I'm going to let you know. Stay the fuck away from these people.
Yeah.
Stay away. This is who's doing what. This is what they're doing. Just watch yourself. Pretend to go with the flow. If they talk shit about me, agree with them. Agree with them. These people have... They're... I'm not stupid. Right? Agree with them, right? So then they have no even fucking... They have no suspicion that you know what the hell the truth is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the
Been
same
there.
people. You just... The right thing always happens. The right thing always happens. Yeah, there was a vote. There was a vote. And it was with the whole group. Or most of them, I should say, because I guess one of them wasn't there. But most of them, yeah. And I'm telling you, like, I know who voted for me and who didn't. Yeah. Isn't that crazy, though? Like, because when you
But
sit
it's
back
good
and
you know. It's good you know now.
you go like, what did I do to these people that
Yeah.
they would vote no, right?
It might not be anything that you did, it's about them.
Yeah, because it's ego and jealousy and greed.
Yeah.
It's the only reasons why those two particular people voted for me not to come back, because they didn't want me to come back, because they didn't want the attention that I brought and had when it came to that case.
Well, they're obviously more important than they actually really are.
It's not
They
too
haven't
hard to
they
figure
haven't
out.
figured that out yet.
Yeah.
It's not even about them, it's about Micah. I mean, that's why everyone is there.
You'll see. You'll see when I'm around the same air that they breathe.
Yeah.
You're gonna see, like, they're
see it.
gonna reveal themselves. Yeah, you're gonna see it. And somebody could just listen to what I said about the votes, and you could probably figure out who it is. I mean, I'm not like I'm giving good Easter eggs. You know?
Yes, you are. I'm surprised. They get better the longer we're on.
I know, that's probably why we should shut it down and hop off. An hour and 45 minutes, Murdaugh. 2.5 hours, Micah. It's been crazy we've been talking that long. Yeah, we should hop off, because the more I say, the more. Yeah. But there it is. You know, people been asking me to talk a while on the case and about some stuff like this. There you go. It's recorded. It's loaded to Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, all the different platforms. Go ahead, listen to what I say, break it down, try and figure out if you want to figure it out. I don't give a shit. That's why I said it on air, and I already know it's been recorded this whole time. So I'm not going to say shit that I'm not the one that says and then I got to take it back, right? The diarrhea of the mouth, that's something that I don't have. All right.
Right.
We don't have this. No, we don't. All right. So I said what I said for a reason, and I said how I said it for a reason, and I knew that it was, and I'm sure there's going to be more views that are going to be listening to it or whatever. Go ahead. Break down my words. It'll just help you see the truth quicker. And if you're breaking down my words and you have a good idea of what I'm talking about, it will really help you see the truth quicker. And then you don't even have to hear me name names, because you'd be like, oh shit, I'm already seeing the truth a little quicker. Now I know how I should approach this situation. Yeah. And it'll protect you in the long run, because that's what this is about. I already got me protected. I'm already protected. You could protect yourself. But religion in this one, religion is just being used way too much and manipulating way too many people, unfortunately. The same thing that JP was doing to his congregation is the same tactics being used on the group. I mean, hello, these people are talking to JP and have been for 2 fucking years.
Yeah.
Why do you think they don't? I mean, they're both using the same tactics. Mm-hmm. They're both using the same tactics. Why do you think those other people are so good at using religion and forgiveness and all these other things? That's what JP used. Hello? Yeah. And they're doing it the same way that he did it. I can guarantee you, JP is sitting there going, look, if you want to manipulate the crowd like this, so-and-so, do this. Introduce this. Bring this up.
Yeah.
Learning from the best, and they're practicing on their herd. They're doing the same exact tactics. So to be out there for the domestic violence, to be out there for the coercive control, to be out there for the manipulation, shame on you. because you're doing exactly what he's doing while you're trying to stand up against it. It's worse if you don't do anything, but it's even worse if you do something and act like you ain't doing it and that you're standing up against it. That's tenfold as bad than if you just would have stood there and not done anything, you know? It's
Yeah.
one thing to not do anything, but then to do something and promote it as something else and then turn it back, like, that's some dangerous karma. What do you think about Johnny Jacobs' death? I know there's a lot of people that are speculating that it was suspicious, but I'm going to tell you right now, I drove the routes, I drove at the speeds, and I'm going to tell you right now, this was not a setup. This was not a setup. I drove the route. I drove the speed limit. I investigated that whole freaking area, the corner, all of that stuff. And I'm going to tell you right now, neither one of those cars saw each other. And I drove it, okay? So I know. I investigated all aspects, avenues, and ever since I went out there, I know there's people that are talking about, I'm just going to tell you right now, you can believe it if you want, but there's nothing suspicious about it. No.
It
Because
was an odd coincidence, though.
it is, but
Very
I'm saying
odd.
when you're at the accident scene and I got the police report, and all the other documents that came with it. And because the evidence and the accident match everything in the documents, all right? Because at first you got it, everything matches. Then I retraced everything, different speeds, same speeds. It's what was noted on the documents. And literally, if I was the one that crashed into Johnny, or if I was Johnny, there was not. It's number one, the speeds and how it had to happen. Go pull a slot on a slot machine and you're probably going to win the lottery, because the chances of this even being a setup is, oh my God, it's so small that you would have to literally be so just unbelievably perfect with your frickin' timing. Just unbelievably perfect with your timing.
Yeah.
And that's without visuals. There's just no frickin' way. And then when you're looking at both cars and how visually the accident, you're not seeing each other until the absolute last moment. And that's why the accident happened the way that it did, because what happened is he was driving the highway and the car that was coming across turned at the last second because they noticed and went, oh shit, and tried to avoid. And that's when the accident happened. You're not going to be able to see either side. You can go back to this photo and this photo. I'm talking to the people. I interviewed the people that live there at the frickin' corner, and they said it themselves even. Man, we have so many accidents here because people can't see each other going in this intersection because of the agriculture and because of this and because of that, literally. So when it comes to his death, I know a lot of people are saying speculation and it's suspicious, and they have their opinions, and they're dead right and you're dead wrong. And I'm just telling you right now, they didn't fucking go there. They didn't investigate it like I did. They didn't interview the people that live there. They didn't do any of that. So they could tell you whatever they want to tell you, but coming from somebody who investigated it, coming from somebody who interviewed, coming from somebody who looked at all the damage. I mean, you can go to my videos and I show you all the different parts of the accident and what went here and how this happened and how this happened. I break it all down with footage that you can see it. It's not suspicious. It's not at all. Do you know about the gun being pulled on your husband? I don't know your husband, so I'm not sure about the gun. What do you think? Why do you think they keep pushing the case back? JP Miller's case is because they're getting more information. He's obviously going to be doing whatever he can do to extend it, because the quicker that he goes to court, the quicker he's going to be behind the cell, right? Or, like he wants to try, he knows he's going to prison. He knows it. So he's just trying to extend whatever he can extend to have another day or two that's free. But at the same time, the prosecution is not going to be in a huge rush, because they're still collecting information. They're still collecting information today, and they're still going to be collecting information tomorrow. That's how much that's how much stuff they have. That's how much stuff they have, where they are literally going to be pulling new information today, tomorrow, a year from now, 2 years from now. Like, there's a lot. And there is probably more, I'm not going to say than what they could handle, because they kick ass. FBI kicks ass. But I will say it's probably a lot more than what they thought. That's the best way to put it.
Yeah.
It's probably a lot more than what they thought. Like, they probably had an idea, but once they started, opening up that bag of chips, and and they're eating the chips, and all of a sudden they come across that little prize in the middle of the bag. They're like, oh shit, we finally got it. Yeah, like, they're gonna be getting, it's gonna, like I said, they're gonna bust him for this, and then they're gonna bring out more stuff, and then more stuff. JP is gonna be in the news cycle for the next 10 freaking years. Yeah, he's going to be in the news cycle for the next 10 years. There's going to be that much stuff.
Wow.
The gun pulled at the, referring to Johnny's case, the weekend of the second year. No, honestly, I just quit paying attention to everything that goes on there, and I just been getting my updates from particulars for, I don't know, the last at least the last 6 months. But no, I look up the shit that I need to look up. I don't really. Yeah, I didn't know, but yeah. So, well, it was a nice conversation. I'm gonna have to go through this just to re-listen to everything. Just you better download it now. But I'm pretty sure there's just a couple times I'm like, yeah, dude. But I'm pretty sure I'm pretty confident that nothing really, you know,
Yeah.
hampered anything. We're all good. But yeah, he's going to be in the news cycle for 10 years. But damn, this is the longest show we've done. 4.5 hours, man.
Yeah, it's pretty
A
long.
lot of chit chat. So go ahead, break it down. Break it down. Easter eggs all up in this shit. And if you know, you'll be able to figure things out. It ain't going to be too hard. So, and we'll see you. I don't know when it's going to be. It could be a couple weeks. It could be a month. It could be 2 months. It could be 3 months. I'm not exactly sure, but definitely be back at some point. I owe it. You know, I gotta have that. I gotta connect with Micah again. You know, I gotta be back out there to Lumber River, connect, Solid Rock, connect. Yeah, it's time. You know, it's time. Plus, there's some other cases that we had already started work on that I need to continue some work out there when we go out there. So, oh shit, I better hop off. I'm wired too. I'm wired to. I'm awake as
It was
hell.
good conversation.
It's going to be hard getting some rest tonight. And you know what? And shout out to you for the creative PowerPoint that you did. That's a lot of work. You know, that's a lot of work. And the little sayings and the colors, you know, where's the beef with the brown marker? I mean, the subtle creative touches, magnifique, you know.
Thank
so
you.
I just have to say thank you.
I hope it was entertaining.
We may not agree on
No,
certain things,
and that's
you know
okay.
what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But it was a very appreciated presentation.
Thank you.
And I kind of feel bad, like going into this whatever this was for the last couple hours. I kind of feel bad, like, you know, like I hope I didn't, you know, like I feel bad because, like, what if somebody comes across this and they're like, damn, 4.5 hours of theory and timeline? Oh, shit, we're about to, you know, we're buckle up, you know, buckle up. And then after 2 hours, they're like, whoa, what the hell's this? Who's Micah? What's going on? I apologize. I should have just answered the question instead of breaking it down, but I felt like I had to break it down.
I think it was a good conversation, though.
It was a good conversation.
Regardless, I mean, it was good.
I'm sure it'll wake some people up. Some people, you know what I mean? Because I'm saying shit, and these people that know what I'm talking about know what I'm talking about, and they're gonna be like, "Oh shit!" Like, yeah, they're gonna know. They're gonna be like, "Oh my god, it's this and it's this," and then they're gonna go to this and they're gonna match it up, and they're gonna be like, oh damn, and they're gonna hear this little thing, and they're gonna you can, if you have the background knowledge of just the little bits, then you can literally put it together. And I've been doing it, I've been saying it from, you know, from then, like giving these Easter eggs. So if it's up to you to sleuth your way through it, otherwise in due time they will reveal them, themselves. So thank you all for hanging out. Unexpected. Unexpected. Maybe I don't know. I'll talk to you about it. Maybe we'll just split it up, and I'll just take this part and just talking about Micah. You know, that way we because I feel bad. Like it was all about
I don't feel bad.
And your timeline and your
that was my quick little theory. I know it's not popular, and I said my piece and what I thought about it, and we moved on, and I'm happy with it.
Moved
I'm
on.
happy with it.
Yeah, we're done. No, we're not done with that. We got more to talk.
We were done with the conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, all right. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Drop some comments. Look, I'm sure there's gonna be one of them that's watching on Facebook that ain't saying nothing or whatever. That's, oh, did you hear what season? Go ahead. I want each one of them to break this motherfucker down because they're gonna find out who the, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
break it down. Then you're gonna find out. So as much as these people that are in with JP want you to, how could it? Who? What? Huh? Yeah, go ahead. Tell your people to break it down. So then they go, oh, what? Yeah, go ahead. Tell them to break it down. I want you to break it down. Please do.
I dare you.
That's why I said the things that I said. So when it gets broke down, oh my gosh, I figured. Yeah, yes, you did. All right. I love you guys. Please be safe. Remember, tomorrow we have the Twitch watch party. Okay. The Twitch watch party tomorrow night. So if you're not on Twitch, all you have to do is download the link, or I'm sorry, click click on description. Click more for the description. In the description, twitch.tv, or you can type it in. You can use your mobile phone browser. You can go to your computer. You can use your tablet. You don't have to download Twitch. You can literally just go to a browser, type in twitch.tv/EvilleCJ, all one word. You can come hang out with us tomorrow night. Again, I'm going to be putting out a notification on YouTube side for tomorrow night. You're going to see this as the thumbnail. It's going to say, come hang out with us at the watch party in the title. And the time that the live is set for on YouTube, that's not going to be a live. It's just going to be a notification. That's the time we're going live on Twitch. You don't have to download the app. Again, you can use a browser if you need to. And you're definitely going to want to come hang out on this one, because after this one, coming up this weekend, we're going to be doing the Maternal Instincts Twitch watch party. So come hang out with us, watch the stuff. And the beautiful thing about this is that the people that enjoy the shows that are from other countries that don't have access to the programs that we do, those people can have access through twitch.tv/EvilleCJ. That's the beautiful thing about it.
That's an awesome thing. I like that.
Yeah. So the people that are overseas that don't have, I can't watch that because my Netflix don't access that. Guess what? Come on over to Twitch Watch Party, and you'll be able to check it out with all of us. And the coolest thing is we get to chat about it together while we watch it. So it's like we're all in the
best part.
Yeah, we're all in the theater together. EvilleCJ Theater. All right. So hang out with us tomorrow night somewhere between 7:30, 8 p.m. Central. Look for the YouTube notification to come out later on tomorrow afternoon. You'll see it. Or check back to make sure the time didn't change, because the time might update too. So double check. And you can go in the chat and you can type, and I'll type back throughout the day. And I'll be typing that if anybody comes across it while we're doing our Twitch watch party. I'll just be like, hey, come hang out with us. Here's the link. Bam. You can click on it. But yeah, tomorrow night, Twitch watch party. Thursday night, I think we're doing the housekeeper interviews for the Murdaugh. And then Friday, Mackenzie, Sharilla, and some other stuff. And then tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. Central, make sure you go show some love to Rosie and Jennifer, they are going to be covering the episode where they're talking about Sharilla versus Clenny. Sharilla versus Clenny, the twisted tales of two train wrecks. And then Jennifer G is going to be joining Rosie. That's tomorrow, 11 a.m. Central. Make sure you show up and show them some love too. Thank you all so much. Appreciate it. Oh, no, we appreciate you as well. And thank you for all your hard work, Rosie. Definitely go show some love, support them. I'm going to drop their links in chat. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning. I'll be hanging out in chat. I'll be out at a location, but I'll be hanging out in chat with you guys, trying to hear as much as I can. I'm excited to hear what you guys have to say tomorrow. And we'll see you guys tomorrow night as we talk with the Twitch watch party for Mackenzie, Sharilla, Mean Girls.
You're going to want to watch it. It's good. Don't miss it.
Yeah, according to Jay Gallagher.
Yep.
She said
it's worth watching.
Says it's better than Netflix's, and Netflix's was good. So I'm ready. I'm ready to watch this tonight, but I gotta wait, unfortunately. Love you guys. Please be safe. Peaceful, positive evening, and we'll see you on the next live. Show them some love in the morning, and we'll be back tomorrow night. Love you guys. Be safe. Peace.
Bye.